say is associated.
Thank you.
Okay.
Do we have to sit here?
No, just this. Oh, for the demo. Yeah, that's why I offered you. I can give you help you, so you can actually look, stand there and look at something, move forward, and then click next.
So the first thing probably would be to show the document.
Yeah. Okay. Go on the if you're on audio.
So because I tried to use my look like suspect data.
That's fine. We don't have a problem here on the other side.
Yes, so
Amazon, go Amazon. Just search for Amazon. Yeah, use Amazon.
first I'll do an error also.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm done.
Copy it.
Very use Windows and everything. What Windows? So do we get to move it here? Oh, no, we have a presentation here. Waiter. Okay, this? Yeah, sure. Test. Oi? O microfone está ligado?
Oi, som.
So this is about data science and it's used in climate change.
Oi, som. Oi, som. Oi, som. Alô, som.
And you are in the department of management, is that right?
Nice to meet you again. Yeah. Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
After, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. We will just use it.
Just for presentation, computers. Okay, perfect.
Mas tem uma coisa boa que a gente tem a reprodução agora, né? Ou seja, corretor é 4 horas, mas você tem que ser reproduzido após 2 anos pelo Conselho de Estado. Isso acontece agora. E eu estou com mais de 1 ano sem deixar. E aí, mas não entrou. Não entrou. E ela falou, né? Chamada de delegado, não entrou. E é duro estar sozinha. Então, tem uma conversa, eu conversei com algumas pessoas, tem uma conversa com o aí tem reunião dos dirigentes agora, de Ribeirão Preto, dia 27, 28. Aí a gente recomeça aqui do ano, né? Eu acho que vai ter um. Tá duro pra cá. A gente tem uma tendência a ver as coisas da tem uma palestra. Tem colega nosso que acha que tem que ser isso mesmo. Isso aí.
I've been thinking about this for a long time. I think that right now is the correct time.
Uma API que baixa direto.
E aí esse API você tem que fazer visualização.
Com os próprios interesses do mercado. Legal.
E aí também é uma boa ali nos Estados Unidos, ele tem
I live close to the sea when here. That's why I asked you if you are smart. That's why I vote for you.
How to bring computer science with all this kind of analytics, all this kind of
becomes successful, they promote you to stop computer science. Yes. Yeah.
I'm so glad. Yeah. So you listen as much? Wow, okay, that is strange, yeah. Interesting. Thanks around the globe, yeah.
Let's be the thank you.
Nice to meet you.
The video costs
You have been to Brazil before?
Se eu puder sentar mesmo.
Agora tem reconhecimento de fato. There is another one. Yeah, probably.
I was there.
Oh, okay.
Just before coming here.
Do you have any case of I have a surprise slide for you.
Está muito amplo. A Unifesp é muito amplo.
Professor, boa tarde. Welcome lesson
Oh, okay. Now I'm gonna
stay here for time.
Senhoras e senhores, autoridades presentes, bom dia. A Escola Politécnica da Universidade de São Paulo tem a honra de recebê-los para o 5º workshop em ciência dos dados. Para receber as autoridades que irão compor a mesa de honra, convidamos a professora doutora Liede Lege Bariani Bernucci, diretora da Escola Politécnica da Universidade de São Paulo. Para compor a mesa de abertura, convidamos o professor Dr. Silvio Roberto Acione Canuto, pró-reitor de pesquisa da Universidade de São Paulo. Professor Dr. Márcio Lobo Neto, diretor adjunto na área de mobilidade acadêmica da Agência USP de Cooperação Acadêmica Nacional e Internacional, a ALCANE. Professor Dr. Gilberto Francisco Marta de Souza, presidente da Comissão de Pesquisa da Escola Politécnica da USP. Professor Dr. Jaime Simão Schimman, membro do Departamento de Engenharia de Computação e Sistemas Digitais da Comissão de Pesquisa da Escola Politécnica da Universidade de São Paulo. Professor Dr. Paulo Eduardo Artacho Neto, Laboratório de Física Atmosférica do Instituto de Física da USP. Senhor Bernardo Aflalo, gerente de ciência de dados da XP Investimentos. Professor Dr. Pedro Luiz Pisati Correia, organizador do 5º Workshop em Ciência dos Dados e coordenador do grupo de pesquisa em Data Science e Big Data. Neste momento, acompanharemos a execução do hino nacional brasileiro.
ao nosso peito a própria morte. Ó pátria amada, toda a tradição me salve. Brasil, um sonho intenso, um raio vívido, de amor e de esperança a terra desce. Sem teu formoso céu risonho e límpido, a imagem do cruzeiro resplandece. Gigante pela própria natureza, és velha, és forte, impávido colosso, e o teu futuro espelha essa grandeza, terra adorada, entre outras vidas do Brasil, ó pátria amada, os filhos deste sol és gente, pátria amada, Brasil. Deitado eternamente nesse esplêndido, ao som do mar e à luz do céu profundo, fulguras ao Brasil, florão da América, iluminado ao sol do novo mundo, do que a terra mais garrida, meus risonhos lindos campos têm mais flores, nossos bosques têm mais vida, nossa vida no teu seio mais amores. Ó pátria amada, toda a salve, Brasil de amor eterno seja símbolo, o lábaro que ostentas estrelado, medida ao verde louro dessa flâmula, plasma o futuro e glória no passado. Mas serres da justiça clava forte, verás que o filho teu não foge à luta, definitivamente agora a própria morte, terra adorada, entre outras vilas do Brasil, ó pátria amada, os filhos deste sol és gente, pátria amada, Brasil.
Convidamos agora para fazer uso da palavra o professor Dr. Pedro Luiz Pisigatti Correia, organizador do 5º Workshop em Ciência dos Dados.
Well, first of all, I speak part in English. It's important because we respect our invited here. Thank you so much. First of all, thank you, Gear, Mr. Gear, Mr. Ranjiv, Mr. Maggie, and Mr. Radic. Thank you so much for attending our conference or workshop. Thank you so much. So, welcome to the 50th workshop on data science. The main objective of the workshop on data science is to work with a large-scale database, and this focus of the 50th workshop is to establish a collaboration with Oak Ridge National Laboratory, Aerosol Research Measurement Program of the Department of Energy of the United States. And we are going to work on next 2 days in this task. But today, our idea is just to have an idea what's the problem of data management. What's the problem of atmospheric data management? Today, during the morning, people from our invited will talking about this during the morning, and during the afternoon, you have some hands-on because you must know how everything works. It's important to see how everything works. So during the afternoon, you have one hands-on, and everyone is invited. So thank you so much for coming, and we'd like to thank, of course, our supporters, FAPESP too. I'd like Pró-Reitoria de Pesquisa of University of São Paulo, and XP Investimentos that support all budget of our workshop. Thank you so much. So I forgot, but I'd like to thank you, our special invited for open section. I know Professor Silvio, Professor Liedi, Professor Jaime, Professor Márcio, Professor Gilberto, Professor Paulo Artacho, of course. He's the coordinator of our scientific community that works with atmospheric science. Thank you. And Bernardo, he is representative of XP. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming.
Ouviremos as palavras do gerente de ciência de dados da XP Investimento, senhor Bernardo Aflalo, apoiador do evento.
Good morning. Good morning for all. I'll do my best to speak in English too. Well, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to be here. It's very important to us at XP. We are every day more and more using data to have the best products for our customers. So it's really an honor to be here with you and supporting this workshop. I believe this is the first step of many others that we would like to take towards this partnership with the academic community. And actually, this is the first time XP support such kind of event. So thank you for the invitation. Thank you. Well, I'll be very quick. I just want to say that we have a phrase that is very famous, which is data is the new oil. I don't believe it. I don't think it's true. Data is not limited. Data, we will not change data for anything else in the future, like more environmental friendly. That's not how data works. I truly believe that data is driving a revolution that, I don't know, maybe in 300 years, 200 years, I don't know, maybe less, kids will be taught in school how in the past people had to work, had to have jobs to guarantee some basic income to, I don't know, to eat, to dress and things like this. I truly believe that we are going through a revolution, and not only data, but robotics, automation, artificial intelligence will drive us to a much better place to live, and our kids, our grandkids will have a better place to live with, I don't know, global income, and I truly believe that kids will not understand what really was that kind of thing that people have to spend 8 hours a day, like working just for basic stuff. So I think that this revolution just compared with, I don't know, the agricultural revolution about 12,000 years ago, where people finally have time to settle down in a village and start to live in society. Well, in XP, we are also facing this revolution. Just to give you an idea, XP is almost doubling every year. We have some years, of course, every time you double, it's harder to double again, but we are almost doubling every year. And right now we have like 95% of all independent advisor in Brazil. Imagine that. We have like almost 100% of people that are advising people in terms of financial, it's with us. So we cannot scale that. We cannot support our growth, our pace, just having what we are doing right now. That's what worked for the past almost 20 years. We have to change. And people are seeing that. We have our board, our directors, they are very aware of this. So we have a huge support right now in terms of data and data science. Just another interesting fact, I was doing a course like 3 years ago, and it was amazing how we could deal with a table with 1 billion rows. And nowadays we have a table that by the middle of this year, we have 1 trillion rows. We are just in a factor of 1,000 in, I don't know, 2 or 3 years. And this is in production. We use it to impact people. It's not just research. It's really in our daily lives, and we are impacting people with this. So it's the pace that this is growing is very large. Well, the goal of XP and especially data science is to change people's life. Really, by helping them invest in better products, we believe that we can change people's life. For example, just changing the product that you invest to your retirement, you can, I don't know, it can change like 5 years the year that you stop to work. So just to change it, we are going through some reforms right now in our country, but there are things that are in our hands that we can do. We can help people with some simple decisions. Maybe it can impact, I don't know, 4 or 5 years in your life, in your retirement. We have our recruiting team here. They're up there. So they're spending here the whole day. We are looking for the best minds, some brilliant minds that I'm sure that we have today. We have people to make part of this, revolution. We are focusing on diversity because that's the way we think that we're gonna change everything. That's the way we think we're gonna learn more in targeting best our customers, right? So that's it. Thank you.
Ouviremos agora as palavras do professor Dr. Paulo Eduardo Artacho Neto, do Laboratório de Física Atmosférica do Instituto de Física da USP.
Good morning to everybody. So basically, the main message is that, modern science lives on data. Without data, we barely have science at all. So I think this is a recognition by absolutely every field of research at the University of São Paulo and everybody else. There are two main barriers, as I can say, to implement a really, big data view of how to process data. The first is to convince our colleagues that if they share their data, actually they profit as much as science profit. So sharing data is absolutely critical for global climate science, for atmospheric science, and so on. So they only win in terms of their profession if they share their data. And there is a lot of resistance in our community to openly share all data. All the data we collected are public, are financed by public money, so the data is public. And then, that's the first message. The second message is that we are collecting so much data, and we are still processing most of our data like we have done 20 or 30 years ago. I had, in the beginning of my career, I have a PDP-11 computer, in big 8-inch disks. That's more or less the same way we process data today, with the Burroughs B6900 from the USP when I was doing my undergraduation here, with the, stacks of cards and so on. So life have changed, science have changed, data policy have changed, everything has changed. But we have to change the minds in an open platforms to share all possible data, and all of us profit a lot from that. For instance, yesterday I received an email from a Chinese person, I have no idea who it is. Oh, I want you to run some modeling on ozone and black carbon over Amazon. Can you provide some data? Then I put the pointer to the FTP site, And this guy possibly will publish that data that probably I will not never have the time to do that. So this is modern science today. This is modern science in all areas, not just physics or atmospheric science. And the tools we're going to discuss here in the next few days will be absolutely essential for all knowledge areas. And I hope USP could implement such kind of initiative for the overall USP community, because everything is funded with public money. We have to make this data as much available and as much useful for the society as we could. And we will learn in the next 2 days how to develop these tools to do that, because data visualization is a big problem today. All of us are collecting billions and billions of data, and we still using Excel or very old-fashioned tools to look for this data. So we need this tool really for today. So I hope that all students will learn a lot. I certainly will learn a lot in the next few days on how to modernize the data processing that you are collecting with the public funds. Thank you.
Ouviremos agora o professor Dr. Jaime Simão Sichman, representando a professora doutora Ana Helena Reale Costa, chefe do Departamento de Engenharia de Computação e Sistemas Digitais da Poli.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I'm here representing Professor Ana Helena, who excused herself, she couldn't attend. Professor Pedro is a member of our department, so we are very glad to have all you here. And we hope that you enjoy the week. Just adding one sentence to what Professor Paulo has said, not only modern science is based on data and sharing data, but modern policies as well. And so I think that all governments in the world will enhance their decisions based on shared data from every country who make this available. So I wish you a very profitable week. Thank you.
Ouviremos agora as palavras do professor Dr. Gilberto Francisco Marta de Souza, presidente da Comissão de Pesquisa.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, my colleagues from the organizing committee of this workshop. Good morning, Professor Canuto, Professor Liede, Professor Márcio, Professor Pedro, Professor Paulo, Daniel from XP, and my colleague Jaime. I think at the end of January, I attended a symposium on reliability and risk analysis. That's my research field. And I think about 8% of the time was spent with papers and discussion regarding data management, the use of data on health management of mechanical, electronic components. So, of course, the data management is a very important field worldwide, and I hope that the symposium will provide more information, will provide more questions about open science with data management, as Professor Artacho said. And I hope that you will enjoy it, and I hope you will have a nice stay in São Paulo and at our university. Thank you.
Ouviremos as palavras do professor Dr. Márcio Lobo Neto, diretor adjunto na área de mobilidade acadêmica da UCAM.
So, good morning, everybody. It's very nice to be here this morning. My job as international director from the university would like to bring these ideas, so the importance of international collaboration. On top of what has been said so far, the importance of science, technology, research, innovation, and data science perhaps is one of the kernel things in all this environment, because it is the applications of data science can be seen in a large diversity of areas, from financial market to drug design to all kind of understanding that we may have about a huge amount of data that we have. But all these things are, also taking the words from my colleagues, necessary to have access to this data, to share the data, but also to share our knowledge. So the internationalization is important. So we need to bring, and that's what we may see here this morning and through this week, the possibility to have contact to other people from other nationalities, with other backgrounds, in order to share our expertise, in order to make advances in science and technology. USP is really very committed with internationalization. USP sees internationalization in all aspects, from research collaborations to students exchange and mobility. All these diverse ways of collaborating is very important, and all of us here in USP and worldwide get the benefits of it. So I wish you all a very nice and great week in the discussions in this subject. Thanks.
Ouviremos agora as palavras do professor Dr. Silvio Roberto Ascioli Canuto, pró-reitor de pesquisa da USP.
Okay, so good morning. I have to say this is yet another occasion when I come to the Polytechnic School for another interesting meeting. So I have to start by congratulating the Polytechnic School, Professor Liedi. It's a great pleasure being here. I have also to say some compliments to my colleague, Professor Pedro Rizigati, for taking this job and organizing this very timely and relevant meeting. So welcome you all to the University of São Paulo, in particular our foreign colleagues. Please be welcome to the University of São Paulo. When I was just entering this auditorium, right at the front desk, I read an interesting sentence that said, "In data we trust." So I like that. I really like that. And I commented to my colleague, he said, "I also like that." So I think it's a common feeling. So it's more than in data we trust. We need data. There is a revolution going on here and out there, and that requires good data. So the importance of having good data and sharing this is very hard to oversay. I should say this is really, really important, and we want to be part of this revolution. So we have just launched our repository here at the University of São Paulo. So now you have a repository where we can share your data. Data sharing is very important, and I'm going to say a few examples for believing in this. But first of all, let me say that yes, you have available repository, and we believe in data, in sharing data. Now, let me tell you three things about sharing data. I'm not an expert in the field, but I have been involved in this repository. Three aspects. First, these data are obtained from public funding. So if it's public funding, it should be publicly available. Second, there are some experiments that we know that have been trying to repeat that 28 experiments in one particular area of knowledge, and people have been challenged to repeat those experiments. Out of these 28, 14 were not reproducible. And the reason for this is that the data were not good enough. So having science that's not reproduced is really, really a bad sign. And third, if you have used your data, why not make it available to your colleagues? Sustainable use of data is very important and helps to promote science. So continuing to this, I should say that this is indeed very relevant, and at the university we are committed to this particular aspect of data sharing.
So when I came here for this opening, I was also very proud to see that our office has somehow contributed, very modestly I have to say, but it have contributed to this meeting, and I can see my logo up there, so thank you. I don't know how humble our contribution was, but in any case, we are there. And I was taught some years ago by some of my colleagues that the brevity is the soul of wisdom. So let me be brief. So I concluded here in wishing you all a very, very good meeting, and congratulations to the organizers and to the Polytechnic School. Thank you very much.
Anunciamos agora as palavras da professora doutora Liede Lege Bariani Bernucci, diretora da Poli.
Good morning. I'd like to welcome you, welcome the speakers too, and I'd like to thank Professor Pedro Correia for organizing this important event in our school. I'd like also to thank very much the sponsors, the provost of research at the university, the XP Investments, and I love too the In Data We Trust with in very good data processing we trust, and you are here for that. I'd like also to thank FAPESP. Yesterday we had our master lecture for our undergraduate students, and done by Professor Paulo Artacho, and he showed the consequence of the climatic changing in our world. And the good news was that it's possible to control this temperature increasing. This is the good news, but we need the data, and we are here for that. Then thank you very much for coming, and I hope you have a very fruitful event this week. Thank you very much.
Solicitamos aos componentes da mesa que retornem a seus assentos na plateia para darmos continuidade ao evento. Passo a palavra ao organizador do evento, professor Dr. Pedro Luiz Pisigatti Correia.
Obrigado, professor. Tá joia, obrigado, viu? Não, tá tranquilo, tranquilo. So, now we are going to start this presentation session. First speaker is Giri Prakash. Giri Prakash serves as Director of U.S. Department of Energy's Atmospheric Radiation Measurement Facility, ARM. Is a data center located in Oak Ridge National Laboratory. In this position, Giri is responsible for the leadership and management of ARM data center and site data system, was primarily focused on productive delivery, which includes operations, engineering necessary to sustainable and advance excellence in the data management field. Specifically, the data on data center archive, it currently serves over around 1.8 petabytes on 11,000 versus observational data products, including climate observational data that was collected from Manaus, Manacapuru, Brazil, Go Amazon project, led by Paulo Artacho in Brazil, and GEAR leads the development and execution multi-year plans that adapt the next generation computer architecture to the increasing demands of data volumes, rates, complexities, and challenges of high-resolution modeling. Please, GEAR, come on. Thank you, GEAR. Thank you so much.
Okay, all good. Thank you. Bonjour. Good morning. Thank you, Maggie. I'm so glad to be here, and before I get started, I would like to personally thank Professor Pedro, USP, FEPSP for bringing us back. Your title slide said, "Be right back." So the time flies, so we are here, right back, and we'll be back again, right? Yeah. So good morning, everybody. Besides me, I have two of my colleagues here. Ranjit Devargonda, if you want to stand up for a second. Yeah. So he's my senior data tools architect, and Maggie Davis. She's my data scientist, and you will hear a lot from them throughout the day and the next 2 days. Okay. Let me get started here. So, are you able to see the slides from the back? Okay? Okay, all right, yeah, good. I was really overwhelmed with the introduction talks and the expectations from everyone here, and I'm so glad scientists like Professor Paul Tasho telling, okay, the data is the modern science, and followed by not only for modern science but also policy making and all. I do feel very strongly, it's like in everyday life, we are using technology to drive our life. So what we are not understanding is data is actually driving our life too. And be it a science, looking at your iPhone, checking at the weather, there is a science behind it, right? Or looking at the restaurant or stock market. So it was really good to hear strong need for modern science, the data needs for modern science. Okay, this way. Okay, so atmospheric radiation measurement, the program that we are involved is US Department of Energy's long-term climate observation facility. And when I say long-term, this is our 27th year operational. So I went back and checked the very first data that we ever collected. It was back in 1992 July timeframe. So it was saved in a physical safe, okay, in a punch card. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So it's. We have been operational a long time, and it's not like one lab or it is not like one team. It's a huge facility, and if you look at it, like there are 9 national laboratories operating this huge facility. Okay, so what we do, our mission is to provide detailed and accurate description of Earth's atmosphere and study the aerosols, study the life cycles of cloud, aerosol, how that actually affects the precipitation that we all need. Okay, so that's the broader mission, right? So if you look at the map, let me see if I can. Okay, we started our first facility in Oklahoma, and then we extended our additional facilities in Australia and in Alaska. So this was like 96 time frame, we extended it. So we currently have 3 long-term locations, Oklahoma and Alaska, and there is a small island, Portuguese island, Azores. And so we we have been collecting atmospheric parameters. So in addition to the long-term facilities, we also have what we call mobile facilities or campaigns that collects the data from all over. So we have 3 of those. We basically pack all of our instruments in multiple containers and then ship it to different places. And we were here in Manakapu, Manaus, back in 2014. Thank you for all the help, and there is a really great science came out of that. And that was the time Professor Pedro and I were talking about, okay, well, we have been collecting high-resolution climate observation, and what about, like, can we look at other data available, biodiversity data, and can we study something like how the biodiversity is affected, the changing climate, increasing aerosols, and increasing urbanization. So the whole thing was actually like it started from that, right? So right now, so we have 3 mobile facilities, but right now our mobile facilities are, one is actually a true mobile facility where we put our instruments on top of an icebreaker, and we actually sent it all the way to Arctic, and then we actually froze it. And this is part of a big international campaign called Mosaic. And so we have over 50 instruments in that icebreaker, and it is getting drifted when the ice sheets move towards south, it's getting drifted. So one of our facilities is there. The other one is actually on Tromsø, and near Tromsø, Norway. And so we are doing a land-based one. So in addition to that, we also have an aircraft, and for a long time we used Gulfstream 1G1 aircraft to study the aerosols, and we had it here. We flew between Manaus and Manakapu for many times, and we are in the process of setting up a new aircraft. It's going to be operational starting next year. Okay, so how big these are? We all talk about big data. And so the person from XP mentioned about like billion rows and all, right? So we have over 450 instruments. These are like huge 3D cloud radar scanning radars to like a basic atmospheric parameters. And so we, on an average, we receive about 2,000 active data streams on a daily basis from all these instruments. What that means, we have to process all, and we actually provide the quality included data by the next day. So we have a really good platform to handle these diverse data streams. And as Professor Pedro said, we have over 11,000 diverse data collection as of today in the archive, and many of them came from Go Amazon. Yeah, and 1 petabyte of archive, it's almost closer to 1.9. So on an average, we get about 1,000 unique users, and on an average, 200 plus publications on a yearly basis is what we get. And many of them, if you see, many of them are actually data users, and the publications varies. These are all like high impact journals. By the way, all of this information is available on our webpage. Okay, so I'm going to ask you a question. How many of you know the Web of Science highly cited researchers? They actually look at like thousands of researchers and then look at their citations, and they pick the top 50, right? So I was actually talking to Professor Pedro yesterday, and I went back to our webpage, and I know we did some metrics, and I was so surprised to find out that this article came out last month. So 8 of the top tier researchers used ARM, and look, the first one. Thank you, Professor Paltoshu. Yeah, so this is in our news. Yeah. So that's the power of using and sharing data, as Professor Poltosh has told. Okay, so where are we come from? ARM is managed by 9 different laboratories, and I come from Oak Ridge National Laboratory. It's in the beautiful East Tennessee. Okay, let me see. So that's our main campus. So it's one of the DOE managed national laboratory doing all type of open research. And Pedro, when he visited last time, that car is a special car. Besides it's a race car, it's actually 3D printed race car. Yeah. So he was checking out. I think he test drove that, right, Pedro? Okay, so what do we do in addition to 3D printing car? We actually have the currently world fastest supercomputer, Summit, and with a big visualization to support. So think about like running a high resolution model and then like right there visualizing using a 3D screen. Yeah, it's huge. So this is currently operational. Before that, it was Titan that we used, and I'm so happy to use our leadership computing to actually manage the whole data that we collect. Okay, so what do we do besides building 3D and supercomputers? So with regard to ARM, we actually manage, we provide the leadership for the end-to-end data services, and all the way from like getting the data from the instrument in all those locations, and then securely transfer the data, and then do the processing, apply the quality, create value-added products, and then archive it and provide the data to the users. In doing that, we also provide like we developed a robust visualization and data discovery, because like if you are searching for atmospheric temperature, you will be getting like thousands of results. So you need a way for scientists to quickly get into the data. That's you, Pedro, visited ARM data center. Okay, so what do we collect? We collect a variety of atmospheric parameters, like the atmospheric state and surface energy balance, and instrument collecting a variety of aerosol measurements, and the upper air state parameters, aerosol properties, and if I remember correct, Maggie was telling me about over 500 primary measurement we collect. Yeah. Okay. So of course we were here back in 2014 and 15 as part of the Go Amazon, and that's our instrument suite in Manakapu. We were here to primarily understand the aerosol and cloud life cycle and how it affects or influences the Amazon basin. Okay, so we are constantly pushing ourselves. We're not looking for like just like a logistically easy place to do the science. Wherever the science drives us, we go there, irrespective of how hard it is, right? So we went all the way from top of Alaska, and we went from Tasmania to Antarctica. So from both polars, we collected data. And it's very hard. I mean, like if you think about the picture that I have here, the instruments are on top of Aurora Australis. It's the research ship that went back and forth between Tasmania and Fort McMurdo station in Antarctica, like 20 feet wave. And my site technician actually sent me a picture. I would not want that. I wouldn't be there. Yeah. This one, I recently visited the Norway site. And I mean, you can almost see the northern lights anytime in 24 hours. So it's that dark right now. It's very cold. And this ship is actually frozen, as I mentioned, in Arctic right now, and it is getting drifted on the ice. And yeah, again, one of my colleagues went there, and he was working for almost 24/7 to get things set up there. And they even have land-based measurement like a mile from the ship. I mean, I have lots of good stories to tell. I mean, one quick one though. After they spent like 17 hours installing everything on the ice, they came back, had a good sleep. Next morning, the instrument were not producing the data. And then they looked at the camera. There were 2 polar bears just trying to chew the cables, right? Yeah. So lots of stories. I mean, it's amazing science. Very, very, very tough thing to do. And it's part of the big international effort. Okay, so before I go any further, I would like to know how many of you are scientists? If you don't mind, show your hands. Science, yeah, okay, thank you. So this is not just an engineering problem. So the reason why I asked you are going to hear me from now on. It's actually what Professor Portosh said. It's the scientists who drive this whole thing. Okay, so we have working committees that say that actually selects which site we need to go. So there are proposals and other things. But when we have scientists in every part of data service, not just collect it, not just use it for publication, but like every part in our in our work basically. So to manage the instruments. So we have scientists, we call these are like instrument specialists, but they are actually scientists, and they are producing papers, and they look at the instrument on a daily basis, the data, and they analyze the quality of the data. So similarly, we have scientists take the data from the instrument and then create a high-value product. For example, if we are running a global modeling simulation, and if you want to use the data in as a ground truth or as an input parameter, the scientists would know how much time it takes for them to convert the data that they download from the FTP server, right? So it is quite a bit of an effort. And what the scientists do here, they actually take the data from the instrument and create what we call value-added product. And this could be readily used by climate models, right? So all these important things are done by our top-notch scientists. And okay, here you go. So Maggie will be talking more about this. And she's going to dive deep into like how the whole data management is done using the input from scientists. Okay, getting into how many of you are now computer engineers? Okay, okay, all right, okay. So getting into the operational engineering side of things. So we have all these sites collecting data in, real time, the climatic parameters, high resolution data. And we send the data from the sites to the ARM data center, which is located at Oak Ridge National Laboratory. Okay, so when the data typically arrives Oak Ridge, and we have so many automated and manual things to process the data, what we call is ingest the data, and then apply data quality information. And we have a robust semi-automated system to actually analyze the incoming data. And each data point, we actually have a corresponding data quality flag. And for bigger problem, we also have data quality report. Again, Maggie is going to talk about that more. And then the translators or the science experts, they actually constantly work on developing this value-added product or readily usable product.
So we have a robust team to create metadata so that other people can discover and use it readily. So all this information gets archived on a real time, not only just one place. This data that we have been collecting the last 27 years, if we lose the data, there is no way we can go back in time and reproduce the data. So that's the one big challenge or risk that we all need to realize. Observational data cannot go back in time. We just haven't figured out the time machine yet, right? So it has to be saved. It has to be preserved, not just one place, multiple places. So we have backup copies in multiple places. Any data that we get, we actually back it up in many places, okay? So nothing, for modeling, yes, we can rerun the simulations in a way, we can reproduce the data, but unfortunately you cannot go back in time, okay? So after we archive, we also use computing clusters. This is where the observational data meets modeling component, and the users get to use our community clusters and readily access this 1.8 to 1.9 petabyte of data, and they perform the research and publish the data. People also use our data discovery to find the data and then download the data. So data is growing really fast for us. These are very diverse climatic parameters, and making it as in a common standard, which Ranjit is going to talk, it is a big challenge. There is no free lunch there, okay? So we have so many computing. I mean, you all are aware of the commercial cloud offering. Those are all really great. That's the future. We need to really make use of it for our scientific data archival and distribution. But there is no free lunch. The cloud, the computer somewhere, it still needs all this processing, all this platform to run, to understand your scientific data. So, yeah, so very quickly, when I joined Oak Ridge, it was big data. First day, I remember people were talking about 22 terabytes of data. That's huge, big. 2002 is when I started at Oak Ridge. And then within 8 years, 2010, we grew 200 terabytes. That's like big data again. And if you're thinking about climatic observational data, that's big data. And within like 6 years, we reached 1 petabyte. And within the 4 years, we actually almost closer to another petabyte. So the data is keep coming. That's how fast we go. One other quick point that I want to make sure, we not only just archive, preserve the data that we collect, but we constantly get data from field campaigns, PIs who conducts research in field campaigns. For example, like from Go Amazon, there are quite a few PI produced data. So Maggie is going to talk about that, and we also archive, preserve, and distribute the data. And we assign DOIs to make sure the person who contributed the data gets full credit for that. Okay, so again, this is not one team, one person, like 3 of our work. It is a huge team. I mean, we have folks from multi-lab work on this on a daily basis. And we breathe the data. We breathe data tools. We breathe metadata. So you ask me, middle of the night, I will talk about what we do. So it's very complex. I mean, like scientists, they're crazy, you know, like they want to get data from like really extreme complex nature, and you have to work on like how do you make it available to others. So it is very important, I mean, having a national level team to work. I mean, just within Oak Ridge, we have about 30 people helping us full time on this, right? So a couple of details here, just to say again, there is no free lunch. You still need to connect your instruments to the local site system, and then make sure you are collecting the data and monitoring everything. we use robust tools that we developed. And like all of our instruments operating, even on the ship that we don't have an internet connection, we ended up putting a satellite, dedicated satellite, and we are monitoring. We are monitoring 24/7 and checking, okay, did the polar bear really chew the cable, or is the data flowing properly? So we do that, right? So all these tools, these were developed using our expertise and the needs. But you can think about like any sensors, you need a good, robust monitoring. So that like you can address the issue. Again, you cannot go back in time, right? So if you lose 2 days of worth of data, it's going to affect some of the modeling, right? So it's very critical to have good set of tools to monitor. I believe Ranjit is going to talk some of this, right? Okay, so how do we make the data to the users? We have 11,000 plus data products, 1.9 petabyte, and we use FTP as a delivery. But think about if we just allow them, everybody to go to FTP and find yourself, right? So we have a robust data discovery tool, very, very open source based and very customizable. This is something that we would be leveraging. And Ranjit, I mean, I'm not going to steal his thunder, and it's going to be, there's going to be a great demo by Ranjit in the next few minutes. Okay, so in terms of getting into the ARM data center, besides all of us working on that, we have a really robust cyber infrastructure. Okay, so starting from like tiered storage computing and scalable platforms for processing the incoming data and producing some data quality analysis report, and all the way to allowing the user to use our data right using our computers. So you can think about, right, like traditionally we distribute the data using FTP, but if the user wants to have access to the last 2 months of radar data, we can still ship, no problem, but you may not have enough capacity on your side, or even if you're putting it into the cloud, you're going to pay a lot. I mean, 2 months worth of radar data would be like multiple terabytes, like 200 terabytes or something. Right? So what we do, we actually provide a computing cluster. As a user, you come to ARM, register yourself, free. Everything is free in there, open access, and we are big into open access. That's all we do, right? So any data that we collect, we make it available to the users. Some cases we restrict because we know there is a problem with the data, but you can still access by requesting a special request. So everything is free, open access to the entire world. So similarly, like if you want to perform some big research using terabytes of data, you can actually ask us. There is a web page. You can actually go, I want to use your cluster. I want you to put these 200 terabytes on your cluster. Give me access. Give me access like very simple, like I will use my laptop, log into your cluster, use the Jupyter notebook, which is open source, and then develop your modeling or simulation, try it for a few days, and then when you are ready, fire it up. 200 nodes, run it in 200 nodes, which you may not be able to do it on your home computer or your institutional computer. So we'll talk more about that. And here is our architecture. So the data comes from our observations and our PIs, and then it goes into this data ingest node, and we constantly reprocess our data. We even reprocess some Go Amazon data. If we find out there is a problem with the calibration or the sensitivity of the specific sensor, if we know the answer, we actually go back and then like reprocess and then create a better product. We never change our raw data. It still stays the same. We cannot change it, but we can always change the processed data based on the data quality analysis. And we have petabyte scale fast storage, and it is about 2 petabytes. of online data. Right away you can access it. And we use Oak Ridge Leadership Computing mass storage system, HPSS, high performance storage system. And the capacity is about 50 petabyte. And we are peanuts, right? Like our, what do you call? We are coffee beans, right? Compared to the size. So we make use of that for our deep archive. That's our secondary backup. And then we also send the data to offsite, like geographically distributed, just to make sure. This is the third copy of the data. Okay, so if something happens to any of this, we still have the data here somewhere else. Okay, so it's very important to have an offsite data backup. Okay, and then we use these two clusters to allow the users to process large data or run the large eddy simulation modeling we call LESO. And then it's all connected. Like if you have a use case that needs the big beasts like Titan and Summit, you can connect it all the way. Okay, so these are the two clusters that we currently provide it to our users. And one is actually a smaller one with 30 nodes, and it is heavily used in value-added product generation, all the radar data. And the Cumulus cluster, these are all like named after cloud, if you haven't figured it out. Cumulus is our modeling cluster, and we use this for high-resolution large eddy simulation modeling. Okay, so we currently do high-resolution modeling for our Oklahoma site, and we are in the process of extending to additional site. And each run, for example, the LAS, it actually takes about, or it produces about 10 terabyte, like just one day run, 10 terabytes output. So save that and make it available is a big challenge, right? I mean, Ranjit is going to talk about that as well. Okay, a little bit about the software architecture. The key point I want to highlight here is continuous improvement. Okay, so there is nothing like, oh, I developed a tool and it's working. All right, let me move on to something else. You'll be outdated soon. And the scientists, they always very high demanding. Okay, can you give the data? Okay, you're giving me in FTP. Can you give it in Globus, or can you give it in Dropbox, or like all these different questions? I mean, the way scientists operate differently, right? So we have to continuously improve our architecture. And we recently enabled a Jupyter notebook based data access, and anybody can access to all of our 1.8 petabyte data using your own laptop, and view it, visualize it, analyze it. You can all do that with this robust computing architecture, and we are constantly improving. Okay, this is my last slide. Okay, so what are we going to do the next 2 days? And this is, my lessons learned or my humble opinion. So having something like ARM, it needs a really good long-term vision. And the vision is, somebody who believes in the data preservation, data sharing, and need to develop that long-term vision, but with a focused short-term goals. Pedro, we talked about many years ago, we can have a bigger vision, but we have to have a short-term goals, very focused goals. Okay, so it could be just like having this vision of developing this cyber infrastructure for multiple scientific domains, but let's just start with one, with the vision of long-term goal, and build a budget, please. Okay, so I talk about this to all the scientists, primarily when they apply for grants. Please make sure to build a budget for data management. How many of you producing papers besides Professor Palatosh? Papers, writing papers?
Yeah, right? I mean, if you used any data, many of the journals nowadays ask, what is your data management? Where is it preserved? And tell us, right? So if you're thinking about that, you have to spend time and effort preparing the data that could be used beyond you and your team. Okay, so build a budget. And people ask me, like, what is that percentage, right? I mean, I used to be 12% of your science project, and scientists said, like, no, that's too much. We need funds for our science. Okay, so my latest recommendation is at least 8% of your total budget need to be spent on the whole data management. Okay, so this is again my personal experience. And avoid starting from scratch. Do not reinvent the wheels. Okay, so there are so many projects like ARM, there are so many platforms available, open source based platforms available. You can make use of not just the tools from us, but the knowledge that we have. As I said, like many of us breathe data. I mean, manage this size of data, right? So make sure not to start from the scratch, but at the same time, just do some kind of benchmark testing and analysis before start using a tool. Is it going to live? Is it going to be open source? Can I modify and provide it back? So you have to do those kind of analysis. I mean, everybody, including me, will be very proud of what we developed, right? But is that going to help you guys? So you have to, there will be lots of metadata editors in the world. So you have to actually do benchmark analysis before you inherit and start using the tools. Okay, so community and usability input is the key. Okay, so you can produce a data tool, visualization tool, really like next generation modern, but if nobody is using, what's the point, right? So it's like we work with our community and we learn all these requirements or ideas from the community all the time. Everything that you're going to see in the next 3 days, the requirements came from great scientists all the time. So we work with them. Okay, so do not create yet another data or metadata standards. We have so many. Please try to use. And I know every one of us are special and we need our own standard, but we can check what is available and what we can use, okay? And open source software collaborations, I don't have to preach. It's the wall, that's where the world is moving towards, and we do have space for off-the-shelf code software, but open source software allows you to share not just the data, but actually the software itself. And I'm so excited for the discussion for the next 2 days, okay? So, any questions? I'd be happy to answer. Also, I encourage you to go to our website, on.gov, and the data is right there on the top. And you can send me an email. And if you have any specific data management related question for the Brazil context, I highly encourage you to talk to Professor Pedro. He has a lot of knowledge, and he works closely with many of us. And if you go to on.gov, here is the organization, like Jim Mather, he is from Pacific National Lab, and he is the technical director for the facility, and he has vast knowledge, and he is a great scientist too. And Nikki Hickman, who is the operations person, and the data is me, but the engineering side is managed by Jennifer Comstocks from PNNL. So all these people, we take care of the business. Okay? All right.
Thank you, Gary, for your presentation. Very, very nice. Thank you so much. So you have 10 minutes for questions. Please just say, put your hands up and say. Yeah, you can talk Portuguese if you want. Just say about your name, your institution, please.
Thank you for the nice talk. My question is about the use of intelligent sensors or sensors that could process locally. Have you some experience on that? Because you didn't mention it.
Yes, absolutely. So many of our instruments, I was talking about the instrument mentors or the specialists, right? So we are currently doing or exploring edge computing, right? So you process the data where it is getting generated. For example, like the radar, every scan produces terabytes of data, right? Like the 3D radar scans. And there are lots of noises, right? So if you can filter out just right on the instrument computer, you don't have to send the data all the way. And yeah, so we actually do in some cases, and we are actively exploring. And some of my colleagues from other participating labs, they are also using machine learning and artificial intelligence to automatically try to filter out the data based on the data quality. So for one good example is like, we have tools that uses some of these, I guess like highly robust algorithms to find out, there is a data problem. Temperature in Oklahoma in July, it's minus 20 degrees Celsius. How is that possible, right? Like, yeah, so I'm snowing in Sao Paulo, right? Yeah, right now, that's not possible, right? But many, those things, we use robust algorithms to really filter out those information right where the data is collected.
If someone want to ask a question in Portuguese, no problem, okay? Is there another question? Just someone? I have a question, Gir. I will enjoy this moment. Gir, talking about how many people is involved in data quality, data acquisition, how many people is involved with data development, and how many people you have for scientists, they are checking the data, mentoring the data, please. Thank you.
It will be a rough number because it constantly changes, right? Yeah. Okay, so where would I start? Okay, so on the data end-to-end data services, we have about 45 people. Yeah, so this is like making sure the data is properly collected all the way to the user's hand, right? And that includes some of the, I guess, data generation experts too. But then the instrument mentors who are actually our scientists, it ranges, and they are not working full-time. They are like scientists, right? So they use their part of their time to actually manage this. So the overall facility arm, like from instruments to everything, I want to say about 250 infrastructure. That's like to manage everything from all the 9 labs. Yeah. It's huge. Yeah. It's yeah.
Another question?
Okay. So you mentioned that you are part of a network in DOE with many other labs. Okay, so for sure you have, so the laboratory itself, it's a huge infrastructure, but you are also collaborating with many other groups. But the question is, in fact, on top of that, your experience with collaborations internationally, considering this one or even the one with Professor Paulo. So what could you tell us about the possibilities to bring people to US, to your lab, or to which the connectionship between all these different groups, or how many groups are currently working in collaboration with your things. And so a little bit about your experience in sharing this internationally.
Sure, sure. And yeah, that's a great question, by the way. Yeah, we are not silo. We are not alone in this open data sharing world, right? So we heavily collaborate with international participants. And almost every campaign that we do, we are currently in Arctic, right? As part of that huge Mosaic international one, we are currently collaborating with the German collaborators, and to not only share the data, but also get their help in managing the instruments on the ship. So in terms of data management, data services and standards, we actually actively participate in many international working groups and who perform very similar data management for scientific domain, earth sciences, any earth sciences, right? So Professor Pedro and I go to the Core Data international data platform like every year to leverage and share our knowledges too. So we have been collaborating for the last, I don't know, like how many years? 15? 5 years, yeah. So 5 years active collaboration, yeah. So yeah, it's very critical. It's not like you just develop something. You want to develop with the community. You want to grow with the community, right? International community, yeah. So many of the data available that we collect available not only in our website, but it's also like connected. We are sharing it to Google. Proper metadata, and we are sharing it to DataGov, which is the US one, and for polar data, they have a international multi-agency portal, and we are actually sharing our data, and we are sharing our data. We just started sharing our data to Data One, you probably heard, right? So we have a list of partners, and we actually seamlessly provide our data to them and to their community.
Why do you use NoSQL technology instead of SQL?
Okay, all right. So I will try to answer that. I'm a big fan of both SQL or DBMS as well as NoSQL, and I have different analogies. Which one I should say? Okay, I'll start with this. Okay, so you have a tractor. You know tractor, right? You have a race car. So you can, this is my favorite one, provided by my manager. You can use the tractor to race, or you can use your race car to plow your land. Which one would you do? Right? You use your tractor to plow your land. You use your race car to race, right? So it's the same thing. NoSQL database the SQL database is primarily good for structured data, relational data, whereas the NoSQL is actually a good platform for crunching large amount of data, a key value pair. Okay.
Hi, so my question is, Professor Pedro asked how many people, and now I ask you how long it takes from the day the data was collected to be processed and to arrive to the final step of your workflow and be available.
Okay, that's a good question, yeah. A system like this, distributed, collecting data from all over the world, right? So it's always a challenge. And let's exclude some of the corner cases, like the one that we have in Arctic. We don't have a good bandwidth to send the data real time, so we have to wait for the crew that changes, right? It's like once in 3 months is what we can do, those kind of, so let's exclude that, right? But the remaining data that we have direct connection, like internet connection, so we used to tell our users we have to wait at least a week before we process. After we collect the data, we have to receive it, process it, and then apply quality, and then give it to the user. And then a couple of years, I challenged myself and my team, we have to do better. And we started doing it like 3 days, within 3 days of collecting the data. Now, we actually pushed ourselves, and Ranjit is going to talk about it. Some of the data the users want, like weather data, they want immediate data to run their prediction model. So we actually give them within 15 minutes of collecting the data. Some of them, not all, but most of our continuous data stream, you can access the data the day after. Once we collect the data 24 hours, then we need few hours to transfer, process, and give it to the data, to the users. Yes, yeah. That's, I mean, most of the time, except those corner cases. Yeah.
We have more time to talk with Gear, we talk questions. So now we have a break for 15 minutes. Everyone is invited for a coffee break here. Is over here, is correct? Yeah, over here please, come on, we have time to make some connection, talk, okay? Thank you so much. In 15 minutes you'll come back, thank you.
A gente podia gravar ali fora rapidinho uma entrevista? O professor Artacho já foi.
this on? Both are work.
Okay. So what are your slides, Reggie?
Should be data tools. It should be on the desktop.
ARM data tools?
Yes.
All right. Okay, check the presenter.
So if I come back here, do I turn it off? So I just turn it off and turn it back on?
Yeah, don't worry about turning off the microphones. No, it's not a problem.
Okay.
You can, when you're going to present there, just put in the, yeah, and
got the other style, the mini
So
display.
there is an HDMI connector.
There's not. There's just the mini display adapter. I think I have an adapter mini to HDMI.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's continue the morning section of 50 workshop on data science of Escola Politécnica of University of São Paulo. Now you are going to have a presentation of Ranjit Devarakonda. He is a scientist, software engineer leader of Archive Group of ARM. He has published several papers about big data, about data management, and his research work in the field of environmental informatics. This is the main field, main subject. He has more profile of him is more related with computer science. He has many publications in IEEE proceedings, and he had some. He was responsible for a Mercury framework. The people that work with atmospheric data, they know about this framework, about Beija-Flor, maybe. Ranjit was responsible for this software. So maybe some people here would like to know about Beija-Flor, maybe. Yeah. And please, Ranjit, thank you so much for attending us. Thank you.
Thank you, Pedro. So first of all, very grateful to Professor Pedro and all the program committee for inviting us. We are very excited to be here. So my name is Ranjit Devarakonda. I work at Oak Ridge National Lab as a data tools services architect for the ARM data center. So I think by this time you all already know what ARM really is. Giri gave a really good overview. Some of the slides could be a little bit of repeat, but I'm going to stress more on the data tools and services, the kind of tools that we have. Can everyone hear me okay in the back? So I apologize if I have a little cold, so if my voice is a little deep, so that's why it is. Okay, so I want to give a quick overview of ARM data tools. And I want to talk a little bit about FAIR data principles. I'm sure some of you are already aware of FAIR. I want to say a few things about FAIR and also say how ARM is using FAIR. ARM does what it's supposed to do by applying FAIR data principles, how we are doing it more efficiently. And if demo gods permit, I'm going to do a demonstration of data discovery tool. Probably not the ARM live demonstration because I'm not using my laptop. So maybe in the afternoon. So Giri already spoke about it. This is our geographic footprint of where ARM is collecting data from. So all the checkered dots are the active fixed sites. So they're continuously collecting data as of now. And the red dots are previous deployments. And the yellow dots are the upcoming deployments. And there are also some aerial facilities, as you can see here, there. So ARM is collecting data from so many different locations around the world. So we obviously get a lot of data. So if we get a lot of data, we need really good, robust data management tools. There are quite a few of tools. And this is a typical data management life cycle. So we call it a wheel of fortune. So it starts with the requirements. What do we want to collect and where do we want to collect this data? And then how do we implement all these different instruments in different locations? And then comes the collection part, like how would an instrument transmit data and then how would we collect it? And then how do we process the data? Then description, which my colleague Maggie is going to talk extensively about, which is very important. If you have data, you need to have a really descriptive metadata for it, for people to understand. And then we archive the data in our data center. And we need tools to make our data discoverable. People have to come and find our data, so we need those tools. After that, we have integration and delivery, so where we are combining multiple different data streams together. So we need tools for that. And then we also give tools for analyzing and publishing the results. And then it goes back to the requirements phase again. So also like the middle circle, monitoring data, data quality, and metrics, those remain constant. We need them all the time. So this is a bit of complicated diagram, so I want to simplify it in terms of tools. So there are, according to me, there are 4 high-level tools that are required that would cover the entire circle. So that starts with data collection tools, data processing, archival, reprocessing tools, data discovery and access tools, and then the distribution tools. So what are the kind of high-level tools that fall under these 4 categories, right? If you talk about data collection, so we have, you can think about instrument data loggers. Instruments are sending data, so data loggers extract the data. And you can think about virtual private networks to move the data from one location, from the instrument, to another point B location. So we use virtual private networks. We need data flow monitoring tools. If something is not flowing from the instrument to a system, we need to monitor the flow immediately. And then you can also think about operational tools. There are so many different tools. I just listed one. This is a corrective maintenance tool. What that means is there are 50 instruments in one of the facilities, and there is a wire which is almost ready to detach from the instrument. So in future, we're not going to get data from it. So that's a corrective maintenance. So we immediately has to be reported that a site personnel can go and fix that. So when you think about data processing, archival, and reprocessing, so you can think about various ingest scripts, data transformation tools. When Giri talked about value-added products. So you have level 0 data, and you want to convert it into level 1 or level 2 data. So you need these data transformation scripts. And then you have data reprocessing. Along the phase of the, for an instrument, a name of the instrument could change. So in 10 years, that instrument is no longer called, whatever the instrument is. So in that cases, we have to go back all the way and reprocess the entire data stream. And we also have data quality problem reporting tools. I'll talk a little bit about that in the next slide. In the data discovery and access tools, you can think about user registration tool, data discovery tool. I will talk more about it later. And then you can also think about web services to access data. So this is more modern kind of accessing data. Traditionally, you go to a data discovery tool, find the kind of data that you're looking for, and then download it. But if you know exactly what you're looking for, you could use web service to quickly download that data. And you can also think about metadata generation tools, like describing your data. This is very important, very critical tool. You have to create persistent identifiers for your data products. I'll talk about it later too, why. For data distribution side of things, we have data retrieval scripts to extract this data. So like Giri mentioned, we have 1.9 petabytes of data. So about 200 terabytes is on spinning disk. Everything else is in deep archive. So when someone places an order, or when a user places an order, we have to extract what they have placed. So we extract it and stage it in a location. And then we have protocols to give access to the data, so which is FTP is traditional. Grid FTP is much more faster. So you can think about it. FTP is point-to-point. Grid FTP is like multiple nodes, like connecting. So data transfer speeds would be extensively fast. Oh, sorry. And then we also have web services for data distribution. And big data revolves around high-performance computing, so which is critical in our cases. I'm going to show a few examples of the kind of very critical tools that we have, starting with the data flow monitoring tool. I'm not sure if it's very clear in the back, but all the green dots represent that that specific instrument is transmitting good data. So we don't have to worry about it. So if it is yellow, we have to be a little concerned. And if it is red, we have to be really concerned. So it's important that we find out if the data is flowing at that very moment. If not, we have to take corrective actions. As I mentioned, user registration tool is very, very important tool. It's a very simple form, but then the criticality comes when you want to know who your users are, which is very important. So metrics is one thing that we would like to give to our sponsors, but it's important to know where this user is coming from, how are they affiliated with, and what are the kind of products they'll be interested in. That way we can do some predictive analysis and do some smart scripting. That way we can provide it to the user. So in addition to that, when a user or a scientist would like to propose a field campaign, this tool is very helpful. Here is another very, very critical tool, data quality problem reporting. Like I mentioned, continuous data is observation data. It's time critical, time sensitive. If anything were to go wrong with that specific instrument from that site, someone has to report it. That way we do data quality checks on it. And we can flag it, and users know about it. Quite a bit of tools require a lot of hardware and software. Here's a quick snapshot of all the things that happen at data center. Maybe I shouldn't say that. So, majority of the things that can happen. So there could be quite a few things I probably missed, but I'll give you a second to just look at it. So now I want to talk about FAIR, which stands for Findable, Accessible, Interoperable, and Reusable. So it was published by Wilkinson in Nature in March 2016. So these are some of the guidelines for scientific data. I'll talk a little bit about why they are important in the context to our ARM data center. So talking about the findability part of it, any data-intensive project, like for example ARM, requires a robust data discovery tool. So this is like our Google for scientific data. Without this, users won't be able to find what they're looking for. And this is built on using some popular open source tools, like Apache Lucene, Vue.js. This tool is actually not even public yet. So we are going to release it next week. So you all can consider very lucky to have a quick snapshot of that. So so users can search a specific category, measurement, or a keyword, or a site, or a facility, and you can see the results on the right-hand corner. And the left-hand corner, you have some facets to narrow down the results. And you can click that arrow to view more details. When you click that, you'll see more information about that instrument, where it is collecting data from, and data quality information. Anything green is good. You don't have to worry about it. So data is flowing in great, and it is all quality checked. But if you have something in gray or yellow, which is suspect or incorrect data, you may want to stay away from it when you are using it for your research purposes. And you'll also see all the variables that specific instrument is collecting, and some contacts if you have any questions about the data. So this is very, very descriptive and very important for users to know. Talking about data discovery, and someone here raised a question about NoSQL technology. So this is a visualization tool for our large eddy simulation modeling. So instead of, our data is in NetCDF. NetCDF is a scientific data format, and which is very popular in the atmospheric science community. Instead of keeping the data in NetCDF, what we do is extract the data from NetCDF and ingest it into NoSQL framework using, we use Cassandra. So what's the advantage of that? We could do quick visualizations of that data. So to process, let's say this is about 20, 30 terabytes of data. And if you have to go in every single netcdf file to extract this level of information, it may take a long time. So what we do, we ingest all this data into Cassandra, which is a NoSQL database, and which would help us do Taylor diagrams, scattered plots, time series visualization, so many different things. More about findability. In addition to having your own data discovery tool, it's important for a large data project like ARM to share its metadata with external gateways. So our metadata is very comprehensive. It's really big about each instrument, about our data. It talks a lot, and it's stored in our relational database called Postgres. And it could be exported into any of these formats. ISO 19115 is a very popular international standard. So why do we want to extract it in these formats? Because we want to share that level of metadata with external gateways like data.gov, DataCite, and even Google Dataset Search. Recently, we started giving our metadata, extracted our metadata in JSON LD, which Google Dataset Search harvests. So if you go to Google Dataset Search now and search for ARM data, you'll find it there. Moving on to accessibility, I talked about findability. Now this is accessibility. We provide several ways for users to access our data. FTP, Globus, which is grid FTP. I spoke about grid FTP. Threads. This is more for subsetting netcdf data. And also Dropbox. So as soon as a user places an order in our data discovery tool, we go and fetch the data from spinning disk or deep archive, a high-performance storage system, and stage the data for extraction. After that, we provide these data access protocols in the email to the user. So users will automatically have all these different ways of accessing data. More about accessibility. All those previous ones are more traditional. These are some new ones, like I spoke about it, web service. Our data is primarily time-based data, temporal kind of data. We get data from instruments every day. So our scientists would like to download data, incrementally. So web service way of downloading data is very popular in those cases. So you can think about it. You can schedule a job on your system that would automatically harvest the data for every incremental day. And it saves a lot of time, and it's also good for repeatability if you want to download the same data. And we also capture metrics for every single download for this. So please think about a way of providing web services for if you have data. And you can download this data directly into your workspace. And more about accessibility, I talked about creating a persistent identifier for your data, like a digital object identifier, which is critical. So our challenge, I think Giri touched on it too, we have more than 10,000 data products, which are at a collection level. And these are continuous data streams, so we get data every day. So there is no way that we can provide like a persistent identifier for a file for every day. So what we do is create an identifier at the top collection level and give users an option to put dates from which point to which point they downloaded that data from at the collection. And based on this citation, we can exactly know which part of the dates user downloaded the data from. Moving on to interoperability and reusability. ARM data and metadata are stored in non-proprietary, community-defined standards-based structured format. I know it's a mouthful. So what I'm trying to say there is our data and metadata is very portable. So NetCDF is a popular data format, like I mentioned. So you can convert NetCDF into ASCII if you'd like. And there are community-defined tools that would allow you to do that. And even our metadata is stored in our DBMS, in Postgres database. And we can export that metadata in ISO, JSON LD, Federal Geophysical Data Committee. It's another popular metadata format standard. We also follow 20-year rule. This is important. After 20 years, would a user or a scientist be able to understand your data and your documentation without anybody's help? Are you defining your data that well, and are you creating metadata that good, which is important? Our metadata is very comprehensive. It has complete data quality information and lineage, how the data was collected and processed. Everything is in our metadata. It is also free to use, distribute, remix, and built upon, like Creative Commons by 4 license. You're free to use our data and distribute it, remix it as you want. Okay. So this afternoon, I'll be showing off some visualization tools, starting with how to move data using our web service and create some static plots using our data. And these are some real-time visualizations using Python-based visualization tool called PyArt. This is very popular for radar data. And also talk a little bit about how we generate a value-added product. So we talked a whole bunch of it, but how can we do it real-time on the fly? So I'll try and see if I can do the demo of this new data discovery tool. I think I'm okay. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay. So this is our new data discovery tool. There is a big globe here which shows all the sites that ARM is collecting data from. M represents mobile data. This marker is a fixed site. And you can also see all the mobile facilities. This is a ship from Magic campaign, which traveled all the way till Hawaii and back. So all the time it was collecting data. So in this new data discovery tool, there are 3 main types of searching data. One is a typical data search. This is more for advanced users who are familiar with ARM instruments. So they can put in any specific ARM instrument, like 30 eBird is a very popular instrument, and they can do a search like that. Or they could use guided search. This is more for novice kind of users who would like to explore what ARM has. So you can pick measurement and go to next step. So now you can see all the measurements that ARM has, starting with aerosols, atmospheric carbon, atmospheric state. So I'm just going to pick aerosol here. Go to next step. Now you can sub-select what are the subcategories of aerosol measurements. So you can pick microphysical. And at any time, you can click on Go to Results. That would take you to the results page with the selection category. And to know more details about any of these data products, You click the down arrow key, and click the details page to see more details about that data stream. So Maggie is going to talk about how we are collecting all this metadata using on OME, or online metadata generation tool. Okay, so I want to make it a little more interesting for the community here. So I'm going to pick something from Go Amazon and see how many data we have. I think there is a little bit of lag. So how many of you have used ARM data before? Any experience using ARM data? And how many of you have used Go Amazon data? Okay, great. So yeah, so these are how many we have. All data are 174 data products. And of 174, we are recommending 35 data streams. So recommendations, we have a very robust recommendation system. This is not a complete collection yet. We are slowly adding data streams to the recommended system. But these are something that we want to give our users at the first try. So if I click that, look at the data in the instrument. And I can go down here and add this data to the data card. And so you can see a confirmation that you're adding this specific data stream. So this data starts from 2014 January to 2015 December 1st. If I want to change the date range, I could change it right here. So I just want to make it a smaller time range. Maybe that. So you can see the data quality information changing at the bottom. To know more about what this specific gray flag is, you can click on that and see there is a little bit of data missing from that time to that time. So you may want to stay away from it. And I can then go to the checkout screen. And here's how we give out our citation. If you want to use this data in your publication, you can pick one of the citation formats, and you can just copy that information. So this is automatically pre-filled by the time range that you have selected. Okay, so I don't want to submit the order and get an email notification about it, but that's a quick demo of data discovery tool. And I'll be doing more demonstrations later this afternoon. So thank you.
Anybody have a question?
Hi, quick question. Let us know if you're going to cover that later. How does the digital object identification system works for data that can be changed at any time? Observational data, for example.
That's right. So we create a digital object identifier at a collection level. So for us, a collection is an instrument. All the data that is captured from that instrument, from that site and facility, will have only one identifier. Okay. So if a user is downloading data, maybe 10 files from May 1st to May 2nd, so they have to specify start date as May 1st and then end date as May 2nd. And we create a citation which will have a DOI based on the instrument and the time range.
Okay. So
does that answer your question?
For any reason I have to change this data, for example, to reprocess or to complement that, I will need a new number.
That's a great question. So we also give out date accessed within the citation. So that is also part of the citation. So when you come back to our ARM data center and give out the citation with the date access, we exactly know when you downloaded that data. Based on that, we would go back to the deep archive to fetch the data that you're looking for.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Hi, Rashid. How are you doing?
Hello.
I'm Percival. Nice to meet you in person.
Nice to meet you.
You have mentioned a recommendation system. I'm sort of curious to understand what recommendation do you have inside the platform?
I would love to answer that, but I would like to defer that question to Maggie Davis, my colleague. She is the lead from ARM data center side for this recommended system. And I believe you have a few slides on that as well, right? So please wait.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions?
Hello. I'm Roberto from INPE. And my question is about you said you convert NetCDF files into NoSQL environment to speed up the retrieval of data, I think. But how about the size? Does it increase the same?
So, I mean, the disk size, you mean? The storage size? Or?
Engineering,
Okay.
computer engineering.
So, NetCDFs are all flat files. And Cassandra database, it's like a gigantic database, you can think about it. Instead of relational tables, like you have several different tables in RDBMS, one is connected to the other. Cassandra is one flat table. You can think about it that way. So you don't have to extract information from several tables. It's like a select command going into one table. The size itself, that's a good question. I have to go back and check how that size would affect disk storage size-wise. But I don't know. I don't want to give out an answer which is not true. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else? So let's then thank Rashid and move on. And now I'm glad to present Maggie Davis that will talk about metadata management, please. Thank you.
Oi, bom dia. Boa tarde. Did you all like data discovery? Was it exciting? It's flashy. There's that spinning globe that's really neat, right? Well, the spinning globe would not work without metadata. So, not to plug myself too much, but my colleague Ranjit could not do it without me. So all of those sites have embedded spatial metadata, temporal metadata, and a rich information underneath of it. So he showed the wheel, the process that we go through at ARM, and the middle is very important. That's ongoing at all times, and that's what ARM does very well, the monitoring, the data quality, and the metrics. I work in the description side of it, the metadata side of it. So we have to first get information about what data is going to be collected, make sure that we have an accurate description of that data stored in the form of metadata, to make sure that the other two parts of the wheel work well. That's the archive. So we assign a metadata name, or a data stream name to the data, and also that discoverability. Data is wonderful, but if you can't get it to users, if users cannot find what they're looking for, they get frustrated. It doesn't reach, it doesn't make the impact that you want. So that's really where I work. We like to think of it as if your data set doesn't have rich metadata, it's standing out in the desert alone, it's not able to be used, it's not going to be found. But if you have all of that embedded information, what time frame, what data quality is there, where was it collected, what instrument, exactly what instrument, not just in general what instrument, but the details that someone might be able to go and read about the instrumentation and find out more about the reliability of that instrument. It can be very rich, and you can have a very big impact. So metadata, admittedly, is not the carnival of data science. It's not a party in the streets. It can sometimes be messy. It can sometimes be very fine details. All the time we are working in the fine level. We are not in the tree canopy. We are down in the weeds with the ferns. But ARM has been around for almost 30 years now, so I can walk you through what ARM has learned. It is a messy process in some cases, but there are some ways to do it well, and I think ARM has grown in this capacity over almost 30 years that it's been around. So I hope I can provide that perspective to you. So as Giri mentioned, we have this really exciting campaign right now where they have stuck a ship into an iceberg, an ice sheet, and it's drifting with the ice sheet. Well, it's a big international campaign, and metadata is of the utmost importance to that, so that everyone is sharing data and has that information underneath just the raw data, so that everyone can understand each other's data streams. So metadata is not incredibly exciting sometimes, but it's important. Efficiency is achieved with ARM consistency in metadata approach based on standards and involving scientists. These scientists have that domain expertise that is very important. We don't do metadata alone. We rely on the people who know the instruments the best. They will be able to tell us if there's a way that the instrument doesn't work very well. For example, if there's some shading on the instrument, it may not collect good data. So only really the domain experts will know that. ARM also invests in thorough descriptions and data quality reviews. I think this is important. As Gary mentioned, data management, it's kind of on the side of a big research project normally. But to really have the impact of the data, you do need to make the investment, make the time investment, which can sometimes involve man-hours, people reviewing the data. That's very important, and I think that's one thing that we do well. So we also, preserving and dissemination are made possible because of this solid metadata foundation. As Ranjit just got a question about, well, what if the data had changed? Well, without that time period that was saved in the order that the user extracted the data, we wouldn't be able to go back and pull that data back out. And we all know for the scientific method, reproducibility is so important. That's fundamental to the scientific process, that we have data out there, or we have research results out there that someone could go back and replicate. It's very important. So metadata embedded within what data you order is essential for this. So as I mentioned, we have a vast scientific expertise within the community, outside of the people who work directly on ARM, and we tap into that community. So this is an old picture, 1999, of my colleague Rick Cedarwall, who is the second author on this presentation. He's been working with ARM since 1992. He's a mentor, and he's a domain expert. So I have my own domain. It's different from his. There are areas that I can contribute, that I can pick out a particular data stream for the recommendation process that I'll touch on later. And he does as well. And we tap other instrument mentors, is what we call them, but people who know the most about the instrument, who are responsible for keeping up with the instrument. We have value-added product developers. We reach out to those all the time. We have translators. We reach out to those. So it's very much a communal endeavor. We do have some staff dedicated to it, me, my colleague, and a few others. But we rely on that expertise. So if you're thinking about being involved in a big research project, you have domain experience, you have expertise in your field, think about contributing to metadata. Think about when you're asked on that form, describe the data, you can put in the bare minimum number of characters, it's true. But if you go one step further, you're contributing to the common knowledge about the data. So ARM has multiple data sources. So we have field campaign instruments, as Gary mentioned. So those are deployed all over the world for a short period of time. We have some ARM instrumentation that's included with those, but then we have some others that are not normally a part of ARM, but are important for that particular campaign, that particular research. So those provide some challenges because we've never seen them before. As metadata team, we're getting a new instrument. It needs all new descriptions. And ARM is very active, so this happens frequently. We also have principal investigator products, so we call them PI products. Someone sees the mandate, the scientific focus of ARM, and thinks, well, I have a data set that could be of interest to the community. So they can contribute that data as well. But from the metadata perspective, that can be challenging to make sure that we have all of the embedded information that we need about it. We also have instruments from other sources that are relevant for a campaign. For example, sometimes we collect some NASA satellite data and archive it along with campaign data because it is of extreme relevance for that particular science. So we make sure to, when we can, when we're asked to, collect that data as well. But that comes with other challenges. Not everyone uses the same format, so it's important that we take that external data and apply our standards to it and make sure that we've described it sufficiently. Then we have value-added products, and I won't touch too much on that, but we have a team of developers taking raw data and even process data and providing more insights to make sure that it is of utmost relevance and usefulness for the community. And then sometimes we evaluate new products. So we handle these differently as well if we're not sure it's going to be a long-term ARM instrument. We'll put those on the side. We'll make them available to the community, but there are other challenges involved with that. They don't flow through our normal processes, but we want the users to be aware of them. We also want to collect metrics on those new instruments. Were they useful? Were there problems found? You know, how can we revise those products to make sure that it's useful for the community? We also have different data types. So they talked a lot about NetCDF. I'd say we prefer NetCDF, but we take everything. We take MATLAB files, text files, CSV, you name it, we have it in our archive. So there are challenges involved in that as well. So we just strive for flexibility, whatever area we're working in, land, sea, you know, ship, Arctic. So we're very flexible, but with that comes some challenges, and we're always striving for continual improvement. So one process, we got it to work great. It's time to move on, but always thinking about how we can revisit and continually improve the processes that we have in place. So they talked about the databases, a couple of names. We do an ARMINT database, an intensive observation database, and a PI products database. Those are the three databases that there are multiple tables within them, but those are the three that we largely rely on to store and to store the metadata, and for arm.gov to pull the metadata for the web pages, the data discovery. Giri, I think mentioned, or sorry, I think it was Ranjit, mentioned the online metadata editor tool. So I'll be doing a demo this afternoon of that tool. It's very flexible. It's very useful for diverse research projects to collect that basic information that you would need. That basic information, the minimum metadata that I would advise you have to collect with every data set is your temporal and spatial. Where exactly? Elevation is important in some cases. And, you know, of course, what time? You need to tag the data, whether you bundle it daily or monthly. There has to be some sort of temporal information embedded. What instrument was it? Exactly what instrument was it? So we don't communicate on our data discovery the brand name of the instrument, because we do swap out brand names sometimes, but it is important to have that information and make sure that it's stored, and if there are relevant factors to that instrument, known issues, that can be communicated, and we do that through instrument handbooks. And of course, data processing and quality. How much processing went into it? Is it just the raw data? What data quality issues are there? It's very important to collect at least that basic information and communicate that to users. And of course, your variables. So I will go into more depth on this later, but we have these instruments out there, but what are they studying? Are they studying the first 10 centimeters of the soil surface for soil moisture, or are they going all the way down to 100 centimeters? This is very relevant to science. So you want to make sure that the variables are very detailed. So what we do in ARM is to be the most flexible. We have a few different archives. And one archive is an FTP archive. That's the way we deliver the data. It's still searchable within our data discovery, but it's an external place that we send you off to. And that's where we can be the most flexible. We can archive any type of data. We'll take basic metadata if that's all we can get. But sometimes, you know, we'll get pages and pages and extra documentation. PowerPoint presentations are uploaded with data sometimes. So this is an area that we can communicate all of that. So what we do is we take the online metadata editor tool and extract the information and push that into that area, and then also display that, push it to our database tables, and allow arm.gov to pull that information and display that to the users. This makes sure that the data that are contributed are searchable. It's very important that if someone takes the time to contribute data to ARM, that there's a chance an interested user would find it, a good chance. It's a waste of time if you spend all of your days, all of your hours making sure you have good data and good metadata, and then you contribute that and no one finds it and no one uses it. We also collect data metrics, so that's one reason for having the registration. And before you go to this area, this FTP area, you do have to enter your information so that we can collect that. One reason for that as well, as a scientist myself, if I've used a data set 5 years ago and they've made an update to it, I would like to be notified. I would like to be able to go back to my paper and make sure that didn't impact my results, and my results might need to be retracted, for example. That would be a worst case scenario. So you want that information, so we collect those user metrics and we reach out to the people who have downloaded the data through the FTP in case there is an update. Often it's just to inform them that there's a new version of the data available. They may be interested in it, but in some cases they may want to check out the reason for changing the data and revisit their studies. So here's the other one was small. So this is just an example. I think the other one was Go Amazon as well, contributed by Gabrielle. And this one is a PI product, and it just shows the basic information that we have. Sometimes we don't get a lot of information on data access, data restriction. It can be a little bit sparse, but at least here, this is the basic that we need to communicate to users effectively. So we also have ARM instruments, and these are the ones that are predictable, that behave. These are the ones I like sometimes. They are known instruments. There's an instrument mentor, and we can get a lot of information from them. But both types of data are important. ARM has a mandate, and we have our instrumentation along that scientific scope. But as I mentioned before, the PI product I just showed earlier was something that was relevant, but wasn't something we would have an instrument on. So both types of data are important. We assign different types of data to our ARM instruments. As a basic set, we assign a site code. It's a 3-letter code, lowercase, a facility code as well. So that's, I'm communicating to you what makes up our basic data stream. But underneath that site code, as I mentioned before, is the temporal information. When did we establish that site? If it's a field campaign, Mosaic, I think we landed there. The instruments landed there in September. So we have that embedded. Also, the latitude, longitude, the direct path of it, and the altitude is important. We have aircraft data. So altitude is essential to have embedded files on where they flew. All of that is stored. We also have the unique code for instruments and a data processing level. And we do have standards for all of these that were developed by a team of domain experts. So as Giri mentioned, don't reinvent the wheel. The standards are out there on our website, and we welcome you to check it out if you have an interest in creating metadata for your own projects or a larger project. Please use what we have developed and adapt it for your needs. We also have classes of instruments. So these are our umbrellas that allow us to group things together. Instrument codes are unique to a particular to a particular instrument, and there can be several instrument codes within one, what you would call instrument. Radars produce 80, 90 instrument codes based on the different scanning types. But that's all just coming out of one radar. So we would classify that, all of those different data types into one instrument class. And that's what was shown on data discovery. If you're interested in aerosols, atmospheric state, cloud properties, you would want to start at that high level, and then even underneath of that is where we would show you our instrument classes. But they're all assigned that higher level umbrella to make it easier for the users. So ARM collects metadata on variables as well, but we only show a subset to the users. There's always latitude, longitude embedded within these files. That's not relevant for you to search on. No one's going to go to data discovery and search latitude. So we pick out the most relevant, the most important, or primary is what we call them, variables, and we group those as well. So to make sure that soil moisture would be assigned to both a point source and an averaged one. So that's just a way of making it easier for the user. There can be a lot of rich detail and metadata, but at some point there's diminishing marginal returns. We can't communicate all of that effectively and still have a nice website that you want to use and don't feel overwhelmed by. We also use these to guide the users. So oftentimes someone is coming to ARM that knows nothing about ARM data, knows nothing about ARM instrumentation, but they know what they want. They know a particular parameter that they're interested in, or a particular area that they want all of the data from. So the groupings allow us to guide the users as well. Custom metadata tools, I'm very lucky to have Ranjit and his team and everything that Giri provides us. So we do have some customized tools that allow us to do these metadata assignments efficiently. And we have this metadata services tool that they developed last year, 2 years ago. And this is where we do all of our metadata assignments. This also allows vetting of the metadata. So we can submit a request for a new type of measurement, a new primary type, and then we can discuss that amongst domain experts. As I mentioned before, we reach out to people all the time to make sure that we're on the right track and that it is most relevant for that area of science. So we generate the primary measurement types to assign to data sets here. We also generate the site codes, facility codes. These are all separate steps within our metadata process, but imperative to making the data. They talked about the data quality reporting, so I'll touch on that just a little bit, but not sure how we're doing on time. For the sake of time, I won't go into too much detail there because I think it's repetitive with what Ranjit did. But that's the upper right-hand corner. And on the left is the basic metadata that we communicate to users in this details page of the new data discovery. And in the lower right, in the yellow box, are the variables. And this shows how we group them. So we do communicate both the raw variables, I think we could call them, but the ungrouped variables as well as the primary variables that we've assigned to users to make sure that there's maximum transparency and that they're getting what they want, what they expect to get. So data quality. Data quality issues are often found after the data is made available to users, so it's important to be able to communicate that. And we do that transparently in the timeline here, but then also afterwards. We have several tools that we use to internally collect information on data quality and for the instrument mentors to manage their instruments and the data quality issues that go into it, and to make sure that they're communicating that via handbooks that are found on each page. As I mentioned before, you know, each instrument or grouping of instrument codes will have a report that's very detailed about the known issues and all of that. And so I think that's one thing that that is a strength of ARM, that we're transparent in our data quality issues. And the data quality reports, they're visible while browsing for data received with data orders and accessible in a DQR web service that was developed as well. Another interesting thing is we welcome feedback on data. So if a user has, after they've ordered it, found an issue, please submit a report. We take those seriously. They don't just go into nowhere. You know, we take them, we pass them on to the instrument mentors. They go into a formal reporting system to make sure that that issue is addressed and communicated. So the digital object identifier was touched on as well, but I do just want to talk about that. I don't think you showed the drop down, but we have different formats, which I find to be extremely useful. And all of that embedded metadata is in there so that you can go back and reproduce your data if you ever lose your hard drive. You know, pull exactly what you were using before. It's very useful. It's critical to have accurate citations of data for replicability, reproducibility of the studies. Again, this is essential to the scientific process, and a lot of journals now do want to know what you're going to do to archive your data and how transparent you're going to be about what data you used. So the data in brief type publications are very popular now. But there's also a benefit to the data contributors. So it gets citations to measure data and impact relevancy and allows refining your approach to producing data if you're a data contributor. I think this is a good step forward, that we can get credit not just for the publication, but for all of the work that goes into generating that data as well and making it accessible to users. That can often be very time-consuming and yet very overlooked. So, but I think it's important. And funding agencies want to track what impact your data set, your information may have. And so having that DOI assigned specifically to your data, not just your publication that you got out of that data, is so important for that. It allows those funding agencies to have the metrics that they need to impact policy, to continue to send USP funding as well. Very important. Okay, recommended data streams. So several years ago, we figured out, my mentor figured out, I was not a part of the program at this point when they did this, but they figured out that there are core measurements which ARM does really, really well, and that there are several people within the program that know which measurements they are. But we had not yet communicated that to users. So they set off to do that, to make sure that these best measurements are displayed in data discovery with some sort of tagging. Otherwise, that institutional knowledge would be lost if the instrument mentor left the program. So we have 52 core geophysical quantities that we are ranking, that we are providing ranks or recommendations for. 21 on atmospheric state, 2 on surface properties, 11 on cloud properties, 6 on aerosols, 12 on radiation. All in all, so those are, they have many different data streams underneath of those core geophysical quantities that could be recommended. And then even underneath of those data streams, we have variables that we need to pick out to recommend. And these are separate from the primary measurements that I was talking about before. These are the raw variables, the ungrouped variables. So in total, we have about 3,500 geophysical quantity to data stream recommendations. So this can be a large effort to do this. But luckily, we're standing on the shoulders of giants. We have people who have domain experience. We're constantly calling, slacking to get that information from them. And we've also come up with rankings. So if you're considering a process like this, please feel free to adapt, but we want the top tier ranking to be dependable and applicable in all circumstances. We also want something that might be the second down, the second ranking, to still work almost all of the time, except in rare corner cases. So our top 2 rankings really are our best products, most reliable. Data quality issues are minimal. Our third ranking, conditional sampling, is generally useful, but often has applicability issues. So for example, it fails under defined criteria, like the shading that I was talking about, or wind-blown rain. This instrument doesn't work when the wind is blowing the rain at it. Again, we use customized tools to make these rankings. Makes our job easier because, as I mentioned, there are 3,500, and that can be a time sink for us. And it also facilitates continual improvement. So one place that we want to take this is if we do have good rankings that we know modelers may be interested in averaged variables. We may be able to extract information from their online profile, from their registration profile, and go ahead and prompt and recommend the data to them to say, I see from your expertise that you're a modeler. You might want to consider these particular data sets. That gets the information into their hands much quicker. It also encourages them to use the data. I know I have been frustrated by a data portal before and just given up and never gone back, never used that data, found another data source. And so our objective is to make sure that we never frustrate our users like that. And if we can just go ahead and prompt them and get that information in front of them, it just goes one step further. It's a bit of customer service, right? And as well for, I skipped over it, but as well for another different type of user, we may be able to prompt them and let them know, we see you're interested in a particular type of instrument from your profile, and here's everything we have on it. So in summary, automation is critical for overcoming pain points. Metadata is messy. The gray areas, when I came into the program, I told Gary, I can take care of these for you. We do not need to be doing these manual things. And I'm constantly looking for that in our process. Sometimes we don't have the time to invest in that automation, but there's a threshold. If I see my team working extra hours on weekends, on a repetitive process, we have to stop, evaluate, invest in automating that process to make sure that we can spend our time on what is most important, like the recommendations, like delivery to users. So this is my dream for our metadata process. So to show you the messy, ugly one before, way too many boxes. I want us to just have a few different, the bubbles in the middle that we will do with metadata. You know, we'll create new metadata and do DoD processes and integration. We'll clone metadata whenever possible. We'll just use what we had before in an automated process. And we'll use Python whenever possible. So one of the first things I did is I came into the program and saw that rather than doing keystrokes to move files, let's write a script. Let's run that script automatically, do the reassignments, the change mods that we need to do to make the data in the right accessibility format. And we invested the time to make sure that we weren't spending the time on the manual, and then also when you have manual processes, you often have mistakes. I mess up keystrokes all the time, and then you have to go back and fix that, if you even catch it. So that's something that I would stress. If you can invest the time in writing a script to do it, it's worth it. And yeah, we want fewer reviews to make things more expeditious. How we can do that is we can anticipate data. So I'll talk this afternoon too about a basic data management plan that we're requiring now that really wasn't a part of program planning before. And we want that information up front so that I can go ahead and assign that to a team member or take it on myself and get the metadata in place before we even receive the data. Before they even install the instrument at the facility, I want to have all of that anticipated. And compression in archival is important. You know, we want to make sure that it's in the best format and that the users have access to it. We also want to put some power in the hands of the users whenever it's appropriate. In some cases right now, we're just taking information and doing it for them. I hope to develop processes where if you're logged in and it's secure and everything, you can just go ahead and create repositories for your data. And you know, we can have a vetting process for security, but it's streamlined. Why does a human always have to be involved in these? And to get the information out there on the web page. You know, make sure that if appropriate, if it's a brand new data source and it's exciting, we go ahead and tweet about it. You know, get it advertised. So thank you very much. Muito obrigada. I'll take questions. Feel free to reach out to me by email too. I do encourage that. If you have questions about this process and you want to replicate any part of it, I'm happy to talk. E falo pequeno português também.
Ah, good. Thank you, Maggie. I'll open for some questions right now, okay? Anybody?
Thank you, Maggie, for the very interesting talk. I have two questions. Can the data be searched with DOI first? And the second is, does the DOI goes with the metadata, and does the metadata gets coupled with the data which the user downloads?
I'm sorry, what was that last part of the question?
Yeah, I mean, like the metadata, when a user is downloading the data, is the metadata come along with the data which he or she downloads? And is the DOI there in it?
Okay, so searching on the DOI, we can do that in the new data discovery. Yes, so we are actually working through a process to do lots of tagging. So you can search on the DOI, you can search on rain, rainfall. We're not going as far as Portuguese, but maybe someday chuva, you know. So we're trying to make that very intuitive for the users. And as far as metadata embedded with it, yes. You get all of, in your order, you get all of the variables that are there. And you get data quality reporting, and you get the citation, and you get external sources as well, not external to ARM, but external to your order, where you can go back and find a bunch of information, more than you can read in one day. So,
thank you.
Ranjit, did you have anything to add? Yeah.
Real quick. So, who asked that question? You. So I think so. You were referring to DOI within the data file as well, right? Yes. So, like I said, we have netcdf files, and one of the parameters is DOI inside the file. So our plan is to get the DOI in the file. That way, it travels along with the data, so it's easy for users to find it. It's one of the global parameters.
Hello, Maggie. My name is Khalid Salman from Electrical Engineering Department. Actually, we are working on a ship project, and for that ship, we are building a hybrid system instead of the conventional system. So we are not actually implementing the solar panels, because as we know, like, the ship is moving continuously. Mm-hmm. So for the data, it is actually instant, like for a specific location for a specific time. So if the ship is moving and we intend to implement the solar panel, so can we customize the data into a dynamic data? Like if the ship is moving and the solar radiation is changing with time and place. So can we change the data into a dynamic data and use that data into our simulations?
Very interesting problem and question. This is not my area of expertise. Ranjit, do you know? If not, we can connect you with somebody and show you how we handled it for the Marcus.
Okay. So is the data being collected continuously?
Yeah.
So you would like to have real-time access to that data? Is that the question?
No, actually, if the ship is moving, right, or any object is moving, right, and the time and the place is keep changing.
Correct.
So eventually, we are actually changing the position and the solar radiation, whatever the data is, like
right,
the wind speed is changing according to that.
Mm-hmm.
So how can we customize that data into our realistic simulation for any specific?
So, I mean, I think it depends on the way you're capturing the data. So, like, you know, when you have spatial and temporal variation within the data, it may be a little different. So, like I said, our ARM data is more temporal based, unless we are using our aircraft facilities where everything is moving, like from the flight or a ship or things like that. But we capture that in our native data formats. So that's how we get our information. But I guess I need to understand more about how the data is being captured. So maybe we can connect during the lunchtime and talk more about it.
We can talk afterwards. Many of those aircraft and ship data also have secondary metadata files that go along with them to track altitude and latitude, longitude, and other variables of interest as the path changes. So maybe we can provide examples.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Hi. So you mentioned about this rank hierarchy, rank 1, 2, 3. I'm not sure that I understood. So when you rank your data, you are referring to the final data, not to the metadata, right?
Correct.
To the processed data.
Yes.
And so in the rank 3 specifically that you mentioned that it's not so good, let's say, with some remarks, your metadata have this kind of information. Is that right?
Yes, it does. So if there are known issues with the data and therefore it was deemed a rank 3, then there are information sources, there are metadata accompanying that data, as well as, one thing I didn't touch on, but we're doing tweets for each recommendation. So for each time we assign a rank to a particular instrument code, we have criteria. We thought about it. So we're capturing that information and providing that to a user in a hover over, a pop-up, so that they know why it's rank 3. And just to clarify, we don't rank or recommend every data stream that we have. So these, you can really think of it as they're all medal winners. They're gold, silver, and bronze. Bronze is still good. They still won. But there can be some known issues, so we do communicate those.
But I mean, like you might have somehow, like in a time series of your data, for some reason in a specific period, so your data wasn't like good enough, and then you take it off the whole series and classify it in another way. Is this a way how it happens?
No, we don't take it off of there. So all of that data quality information, I think is what you're asking about, is still embedded within it, yes.
Any other question? Okay, so then let's thank Maggie.
Obrigada a você.
And now we have Jordan Redick that will talk about the Psi server. Thank you very much.
Olá, bom dia. I'm sorry, that's all the Portuguese I know. But, I'd like to thank Pedro and all the organizers of the conference for inviting me to come here. This is my first time in Brazil. It's a great country. I'm really enjoying my trip. Also, I want to thank my longtime colleague, Rafael Santos from INPE, who's here today. I've been working with Rafael for close to 10 years now, trying to bring data to the public. And that's really what I want to talk about today, is the idea of how do we take scientific data and make it useful absolutely to scientists, and also make it useful to the public, to educators, to students, to citizen scientists, to all the other people in the world that are fascinated by science and can do some really amazing things with our data if we give them access to that data. And giving them access can't be just giving them a link to an FTP site. We have to have the tools available, the documentation available, and the extra structures, the lesson plans, those sorts of things available. And I think with that, we can really get our data out there to the world. And so I want to share some of the solutions that we've developed. So first of all, can you hear me in the back? Can everybody see the screen? All right, excellent. And I know we're streaming on YouTube also. So hola, bom dia to all of the people that are watching remotely. So I'm Jordan Redick. My background is actually in science journalism, but over the last 20 years I've been working as a journalist, as an educator, and as a data scientist to try to bring science data to the world. We started as an astronomy project. We are part of the astronomy department at Johns Hopkins, and from there we expanded into a group called the Institute for Data Intensive Engineering and Science, or IDEAS. I don't have a presentation. What I want to do instead is give you a quick demo of the main tool that we have developed called SciServer, a server for science. SciServer is a science platform. It grew out of our work in astronomy, and we've expanded to develop tools and resources in all areas of science. So we have use cases in astronomy, in oceanography, materials science, biology, social science. I've worked with US Census data, just a lot of fascinating projects using data sets. So I want to show you our website and go through 4 examples of cases where you can use resources that we have developed to do scientific work. And I'll get into a lot more detail about that as we go. So first I wanted to show you our website, sciserver.org. SciServer is a science platform. It's a way of doing science online. And it's got major advantages to do science that way. And some of the advantages are that the data is all available on a server. And so we have a slogan that is bring the analysis to the data. Rather than download data, bring it to your laptop, do the processing, find your results. That becomes impractical when you have petabyte scale data sets. It's just impossible to even transfer that amount of data, much less store it and analyze it. So the analysis has to occur on the server. The other advantage is that if you're doing the analysis through a browser on the server, then you don't have to worry about setting up your environment with all the right Python and R packages to do the work that you need to do. And that's particularly useful for students. If you're teaching a course with data analysis, then you have students and it might take 3 weeks of your lab course just to get them set up with the right Python packages. With this, you can run the analysis on the server. And I'll show you some examples of that in a minute. So with all that said, let me actually go through the site, show you what we have, how it works, and then at the end, I'll talk about what the next steps are. We have an ability to share data online, and so I have created a group. If you, later on in this meeting, let me know your usernames that you've created, I can add you to that group. I'll say more about that in a few minutes. So here's our website, sciserver.org. We have a lot of information about the project, about the science that we have done and will continue to do in a variety of different areas. I forgot to mention genomics. That's a major area of research. We're working with people at the Johns Hopkins University and at the Johns Hopkins Hospital on doing genomics and personalized medicine research. So these are some of the areas of science that we've touched on. I've mentioned education. We have a number of college and even high school classes around the US and around the world using SciServer data in their classrooms. So using data that they have gotten through our resources, teaching students to do science by actually doing science with the same data that scientists today are working with. And I also mentioned that one of the big advantages of our site is that we have data sets available through the website. So when I get into detail in just a minute, I'm going to tell you about Docker containers and Jupyter notebooks and running R and Python scripts online. And I'm sure a lot of you are aware there are a lot of fantastic tools out there to do this. There's Kaggle, there's the Collaboratory. What's the advantage of using our system rather than any of those systems? And of course, you should continue to use those systems. Those are all great. The advantage that we offer is that the data are already there. So we have a number of different public data sets, both in SQL databases and as file systems. This is all available on our website under data sets. So you can take a look at that later on and see what kind of data we have. So now let's actually see how to do it. So I'm going to click on Login to SciServer. And I come to this page. I'll enlarge the screen a little bit. All right, can you see in the back? So this is the login portal to the SciServer environment. We have all of our tools interconnected, and this is the way you enter the environment. If you haven't created an account yet, you go to this link that says Create a New Account. Fill out the simple form, just username, email, and password. And you will get an email confirmation. You have to put in a real email address so that you can get this confirmation. You go there, you click on the link, and actually the reason that we did this is that it's kind of a pain to have to confirm your email. But that was the deal that we made to offer MATLAB service on our site. So you can run scripts in MATLAB. And they wanted to make sure that these were real people running the services. So that's why we asked for an email and have you confirm your email. But now or later, whenever you're ready, go to the site, register, sign in. If you have a Globus account, you can also sign in directly with your Globus account so that your sciserver.org and Globus accounts are linked. So I've already created an account, so I will go ahead and sign in as myself. Shrink this a little bit again so we can get things on the same line. This is the dashboard of the SciServer environment. So we have a number of different resources. The first place to go is either our files or groups, and then compute, which is probably our biggest and most used resource. But there are a number of different things available. We have a file system where you can upload your own files, your own data sets. As you can see, I've uploaded a lot of things in the past. Everybody, when they create an account, gets 10 gigabytes of storage space by default. And I'll show you how to access that space in a moment. But if you have data sets that you want to upload, you can upload them into the storage here using the Files interface. We also have temporary data space. So this is, I don't remember how much we have, but it's several hundred terabytes of space available that is shared among all SciServer users. So we don't guarantee that that data will persist forever. We guarantee it'll persist for a week or so, during which time you can do whatever analysis you need and write whatever summary data you need into your 10 gigabytes of space. So that means that the 10 gigabytes of space that you get is not a hard limit. You can always process data that's much larger, whether it be data that we have saved in the system through these data sets or data that you've placed in temporary storage. We also have a groups feature. I will come back and talk about that a little bit later, but you can create a group, invite other SciServer users to join your group and share resources with them. So I've shown you how to upload files. We'll talk later about creating groups. Let's actually go into the system and take a look at it. So what I'm going to do is come down here and click on this link that says Compute. I click on the link, and it opens up a new tab, and this is a It is a Docker environment where we are about to create a container. A container is like a virtual system that, a virtual computing system that is hosted on our servers in the basement of the physics building at Johns Hopkins in Baltimore in the US. And in our basement, we have a bunch of networked servers that host the data sets and anything that users upload, whether it be scripts or data. And so we're going to create a container which essentially sets aside a little bit of processing and storage space for us. Have people worked with Jupyter Notebooks before? Okay, so most of you. If you haven't, then it's a pretty easy system to learn, and I'll show you how to use them in just a minute. So let's create a container. The way I'll do that is to click this green button that says Create Container, and that opens up a window. I give it a name. Doesn't matter what I call it. Domain, at the moment there's only one choice, so I'm going to select that. We have an interactive domain, which is the one we're using here. There's also a batch capability, which I'm not going to talk about here, but if you have scripts that are going to run for many hours or days, there's a batch system that you can use. I can talk about that later on at this meeting. Right now we're going to use the interactive domain, so that's what I've selected. And then the next step is compute image. So a lot of the places on the site we have help buttons, which you can click and opens up a new window. A compute image is what kind of environment you want to use within your compute container. So we have the ability to write code in Python, R, MATLAB, and Julia. And so all of these images are environments that come pre-installed with various libraries that you might need in any of these languages. So the one that I'm going to select, I'm going to be showing some geographic and mapping examples. So I'm going to want to select the geo image. So that automatically includes things like Shapely and like GeoPandas in Python, so that I can make maps of data as well as plots. So I'm going to select that. The next choice here is user volumes. There's a big long list here because I'm logged in as me, and I've created a lot of these volumes in the past. Yours won't look this long. You will see probably just two things, persistent and scratch. One thing I want to point out here that I will come back to later, there's this volume called Brazil Data Science Workshop. That's a volume that I've created to share data sets for what we're going to talk about here this week. So if you create an account, let me know, and I'll invite you to join this group so that you can see those volumes. But for now, I'm just going to click All. Come down past user volumes, and we see data volumes. So the difference here is that user volumes are file storage spaces that have been created by other SciServer users. Data volumes have been created by us, the developers of SciServer, to share data sets that we have listed on our data sets page. Things like the Sloan Digital Sky Survey in astronomy. We have computational data from turbulence simulations, from oceanography simulations, from materials science. These are all available under data volumes, if you just click the ones that you want. These are available to any SciServer user. So you log in, you'll always be able to see all these data volumes. Again, I'm just going to click All, and then click Create. And when I click Create, it will create a container for me, which will give me the file system space and processing that I need to do my science. So it'll think for a minute. And then it creates the container. So I'm not going to use the container that I just created, although I could. Instead, I'm going to use one that I created this morning. So this part of the talk is like a cooking show, where I show you how to make the pie and put it in the oven. And then I take the pie out of the oven that I've already made. But you can make the pie yourself as well. It's pretty easy. It just takes a little bit of time. So I'm now in the container that I created. I'm looking at a file system here. And this is on our sort of mini cloud in our server room in the basement at Johns Hopkins. And you are looking at it in your container as if this were a local file system. So you're able to see all the files here. One thing that's very important is that when I come to this view, the first thing I'll almost always do is click on storage. And then in storage, I'll see a list of usernames. I'm going to click on mine. And in here, I see all of the data volume, so all of the user volumes that I have created or I'm a member of. And the default one is called persistent. So it's very important, any work that you do, please save it under storage, either in one of the either in one of the user volumes or in your persistent folder. Either one is okay, but you definitely want to do that because when you create a container, you're creating it fresh every time. So any files that you've created in that container normally would completely disappear between logins. So you would lose your work. But if you put it in storage, persistent, or in storage, any of the user volumes, then your work does get preserved. We make backups of everything, so you won't lose anything. So just remember that as you work with this website. So I've now gone into Compute, and I'm going to look in this special volume that I've created called Brazil Data Science Workshop. And there are a number of examples in here, and I'm going to quickly talk you through 4 of the examples. The first one comes from astronomy. So this is it's actually an education lab that a professor that we work with, Rita Togero from University of St. Andrews in Scotland. And if that last name sounds Brazilian, it's because she's Portuguese. So she created this to work with Astronomy 101 introductory students in a lab course. So it's a big lecture course, about 200 students, but they divide into labs, each led by a TA. And in the labs, they do a number of different activities. They look through telescopes. They make plots of stars to learn about the life cycle of stars. And this is one of the labs in this course. And it is a lab where they learn about the large-scale structure of the universe. So if you look at galaxies, where they are in the sky, and also how far away they are, which you get through a quantity called redshift, then you're able to make a 3-dimensional map of the sky. So you're able to see where all the galaxies are in 3-dimensional space relative to the Earth. And this is it's just a fascinating thing because here we are on the Earth. We're just one tiny planet around one tiny star in one of billions and billions of galaxies. And we're able to look out and using our science, using this reproducible logical method that we've created, we're able to understand the structure of the entire universe. Sometimes as data scientists, we forget how amazing this is. And I'm going to show you how to see that for yourself using SciServer resources. So this is a Jupyter notebook. Most of you said you're familiar with how this works. I'll just talk through briefly in case you're not. There are documentation sections of the notebook, which is just HTML. And you don't even have to know HTML. You can just enter plain text. And then these sections in boxes with gray backgrounds are code cells. And code cells allow you to run code in the environment that you've selected. We've selected Python, and you can see this from Python 3 at the top left. We have environments for running Python 2 and 3, although 2 will be going away soon. Also R, also MATLAB, also Julia. So I come into this code cell, and then I click this button that says Run. And this will actually run the code inside this cell. And it runs it on our system just as if it were running on your laptop here. You'll see the output of the code appear in the window below the code. So this first section, it's just doing setup. It's importing the libraries that it will need, and it's setting up settings. So if you're familiar with Python and what libraries you can import, we've got NumPy, SciPy, Pandas, Matplotlib, all of the most common packages that people in data science use. So you don't have to worry about installing them, you can just import them. Next, we're going to get data. So I mentioned we have data from the Sloan Digital Sky Survey, which is this map of the universe. They're now on their 16th data release. It's a project that's been going for 22 years now. And so we're going to get data release 16 data. And again, I mentioned that we have this data available on our servers, so you can immediately write queries to the data. So this is an SQL query, and basically what it's doing is getting some data about galaxies and saying, find all of the galaxies that you're able to find in this data release 16 from the survey project. I'm going to use a shortcut key, which is Shift-Enter. That will run the cell. It's sending the query to the database. By the way, this is an SQL database that we have at Hopkins, and we have libraries to search the database. So we've returned 40,000 galaxies. So we're going to be looking at data for 40,000 galaxies. The data that it's returned is all described here. It's things like positions and magnitudes. Magnitude is the brightness, how bright the galaxy looks. And also redshift, which is a measure of how far away it is. So these are students, many of them have never done any programming before. So this is the first time they're seeing Python. Often it's the first time they're seeing any computer language. The first thing is they will look at a few of the galaxies and actually look at the data set. So when I work with data scientists, I always tell them, look at the rows of data. Don't just jump straight into your analysis because you always miss something. And I've lost count of the number of times that I've made a plot, didn't understand it, struggled for hours to understand it, and then did a select top 10 star, and so, oh, of course, I picked the wrong column. Don't do that. All right, and then now that we've gotten the data, we're going to start looking at the data. So here we have an exercise. So this is the students they've seen the data already, and now they start working with plotting the data. And you'll notice that there's some sample code here, but it hasn't been run yet. There's another version of this script that has all of the solutions in it. Actually, we're looking at most of the solutions here. but there'll be places further on for the students to enter their own code. I'll show you that as we get there. So, going to run this command, and it's going to make a plot of the positions of the galaxies. So here we are on this tiny planet circling a tiny star in a tiny galaxy. And we've looked out at the universe, and I just ran about 12 lines of Python, and now I know what the large scale of the universe looks like. So each one of these dots is a galaxy. And you can see here how these galaxies line up into long strings of galaxies, these wall-like features, sort of soap bubble structure with spaces in between that are not completely empty, but are more empty. So this is, this was the dream of science in 1980, to understand what this looked like. We just answered that question with 12 lines of Python. So can proceed through the rest of the notebook here, making more diagrams. So here we're just adding a legend to the diagram. We're just looking at one slice of the universe in Redshift. So here's some exercises. So here is a spot where in this cell, I'm looking at the solution version, but in this version that the students see, they just get this description. They don't have the code here. They write the code themselves, and the notebook guides them through step by step on how to get the information that they need. I did want to show one other thing here, which is, here's the histogram. So we looked at a map earlier, looking at where the galaxies are. You can also make plots. So you can move to more abstract knowledge, looking at, this is a histogram of the colors of galaxies. So I have to remember which way it goes. Blue is over here, red is over here. So blue galaxies, red galaxies, and you see just from this one plot, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines of Python, we've discovered these are spiral galaxies, these are elliptical galaxies. There are two types of galaxies. Just really some fascinating things that you can discover quickly. All right. I'm just going to skip ahead. You've seen the general idea of this notebook is to explore the structure of galaxies and start to make some discoveries about the nature of the universe. So this is an astronomy example. And as I mentioned, we started off in an astronomy department learning about the sky, but the methods that we've used here obviously have a lot of application outside of astronomy to all sorts of other areas of science. And I'm going to show you another example now. This comes from social science. So I've been working with a colleague of mine at Hopkins looking at bank lending in the city of Baltimore. How many of you have seen the TV show The Wire? All right, if you haven't seen it, watch it. It is a great show. It's made by HBO in the US. I think they still have it on Netflix, at least in the US. So if they have it in Brazil, or if you have a way of convincing the internet that you're in the US, I wouldn't know anything about that. But then you can watch this show. It's set in Baltimore, and it's a story of the police and drug dealers in Baltimore and how they interact, and really has a lot to say about what it's like to live in a city, not just in the US, but anywhere in the world. Problems of cities are quite similar. And here we are in the largest city in the Southern Hemisphere. A lot of the problems of Baltimore are the problems of Sao Paulo and vice versa. Although, of course, there's unique problems everywhere. So with all that said, let me jump into running this Python notebook. Again, this is Python. I'll show you an example in R in a few minutes. So I'm going to start to run this. One thing to know about Baltimore is that it is a very segregated city. So segregation was the law of the land in Baltimore from around 1900 to the late 1950s. There were white neighborhoods and there were black neighborhoods, and it was illegal to live in the wrong neighborhood. And even close to 60 years later, those patterns are still visible in the city. So we'll look at some of those in a minute. So I'm importing data. The data comes from the US federal government. We're looking at the amount of money that is loaned by banks to businesses in the city of Baltimore between 2011 and 2017. So there's a lot of bank lending happening in such a big city, obviously. The y-axis here is in millions of dollars. So that is, for example, 2016, close to $300 billion was loaned by banks in Baltimore. And this is part of a federal government program that's designed to encourage banks to lend in inner cities, and particularly to lend to minority-owned businesses. The records are all out there on the internet, and so it's really important as data scientists to understand what the track record of these banks are. Because obviously they're saying that they're lending to minority-owned businesses in cities. Are they really? The data's out there. Let's investigate these questions. So again, this is money loaned over time, but the really interesting questions are the spatial questions. Where is the money going to? So I'm going to run through a couple of other calculations here. I'm joining another data set which has job data. So looking at how many jobs are being created by these businesses in these areas. And I'm also about to join population data from the US Census. So we can look at various census tracts and see how many white and black people are living in these neighborhoods and how that compares with the amount of money being loaned. So I'm just going to run through a few more code cells, processing this census data. I'm now joining shapefiles so that I can make maps with the data. So I can look at this not only in plots like we looked at before, but also by maps. And there we go. So we're looking at the amount of money, these loans provided by banks in various areas of Baltimore. So you can see purple is less money being loaned. Green and blue up to yellow are more money being loaned. And I mentioned that Baltimore is a very segregated city. I'm sure you're not surprised looking at this map. This is the African American section of Baltimore. This is the white section. So still, after 60 years that segregation has ended, segregation is still having an effect on business practices in Baltimore. And I don't know much about the challenges of Sao Paulo, but I'm sure if we sat down and looked at the data, you could teach me a lot about what life is like in this city. All right, so just going to, I think that's enough of this notebook, because I want to show you at least one more. Check on my time. So now we're going to look at an example from Brazil. So I mentioned my colleague Rafael Santos from INPE. I was at INPE yesterday, and I met one of the graduate students there named Felipe Carvalho. And Felipe and I set up a new data set and a new notebook in SciServer. So it was one of my goals for this trip, in addition to coming here, was to see how quickly we could spin up a new data set and how quickly we could get to doing science using this data. And I'm sure we'll have a lot more opportunity to do that over the next couple of days. You know, not only in this environment, but you know, with the ARM tools that we saw earlier, all sorts of other tools. So I'm going to go to this section. So this is, I'll show you the data. So I'm going to look in a notebook. So first of all, this is an R notebook. So the previous examples that I showed were both in Python. This is in R. I personally use Python. Felipe uses R. So, you know, it's like we're speaking completely different languages, but we're still able to communicate and do science. All right, so I'm going to go through this example step by step. First thing to notice is that I mentioned that in these SciServer images, we have a number of packages already installed. But we can't anticipate everything that everyone will want to use. So you can additionally install your own packages on these systems. So, you know, just using install packages in R, we can use pip or conda install in Python. And this is also the reason that I'm using this container, because in this container, I installed these extra Python packages. And because containers are temporary, if I created a new one, I'd have to reinstall these packages. But it's just a matter of running install packages. So we're going to run some code here, and then load the data. The data that we're looking at is land use data in the Amazon in Brazil. Rafael, do you remember exactly where this is? Yep. Okay. I think this data comes from Pará. I'm not sure, but Felipe knows. We were talking about it yesterday. Pará State. Yeah. So we've read in the data, and the parameters that the data has are positions, and then the data is time series data. So at each position, there are a number of different time series involved. This is remote sensing data. So we got it from the Brazil data cube. We're looking at land use patterns, which are measurements coming from a satellite, essentially of reflectivity of the land. Because if you look in different wavelengths, you can discover different soil types, different vegetation types, cloud cover, and so on. So we're looking at that. I'm going to get this data into a data frame, do some processing on it. Taking a look at some summary data, for each of these sections, each of the time series, minimum, maximum, median data. So this parameter here, NDVI, is it's a land use index parameter. I don't know the details of it, but essentially it's looking at what type of land is found in this area at this time. So we're calculating the index, which is this NDVI parameter. Oh, it's done. And now we've done all the processing. Let's analyze and explore the data set. All right, that's going. It's done. Ah, there we go. So again, this is a time series. Label here is in time. It goes from June of 2017 to April of 2018. Each line is one of the study sites, one of the places where the satellite passed over and got measurements. And then we're looking at the NDVI index. Let's do some more processing and more analysis with the data. And again, I'm just running through this notebook step by step. You can see how quickly it's running. Some steps take longer than others. And just going to keep running it and get to the end. So I can show you the final plot and explain a little bit about what it means, what we've discovered from this data set. And again, I know we have a lot of remote sensing experts in the audience. I'd love to talk with you more over the next couple days, see how we can extend this and learn more from this kind of data. All right, and so now we're at the point of using self-organizing maps to give additional insight into the data. All right, that's done. So when I say it's done, what I'm looking for is this section of the Jupyter Notebook here. You see a star. When the code is running, it shows as a star. When the code is done running, it turns into a number. That's how you know it's done. And then in this last plot, we're going to be looking at each study site in a separate box. And we'll be looking at the entropy in the box of that study site over the full time series, which is a measure of periodicity, similarity in the data. So there's a lot of really interesting results that we've come up with from this data set. I wish I knew more about remote sensing so I could really talk with you about what this means. But the reason that I wanted to show it is twofold. One is just to show an example of how remote sensing data can be analyzed using the SciServer environment. It's data that Felipe uploaded yesterday, uploaded scripts that he had written. He obviously didn't write this whole script yesterday. This was something that he already had and we ran in our environment. So that's one purpose. The other purpose is that I wanted to prove to myself and to all of you how easy it is to get this running with a new data set. We did this in about 4 hours yesterday. Again, with tools that Felipe already had, but we were able to bring it into this environment. The last example that I want to show is a machine learning example. Because we've done a lot of plotting and a lot of analysis, but of course there is a lot more that you can do with science data, and machine learning is one of the biggest and most important things that people do with data in modern science. And so I'm just going to pull up this notebook, Python 3. And this is using PyTorch, which is a well-known Python machine learning library. And we're doing image classification. So this is the, we've already, in this notebook here, we've already run the training set. That took several hours, so there was not time to run it here in front of all of you, but that has been done, and we're now doing the actual classification. And so, oh, wrong. All right, I'm in the wrong container. So I'll just show you the output. So we're looking at images. These are sort of blurry images that are used as a test case for machine learning algorithms. Let me see if I can enlarge the view here. Yeah, there we go. And so this is based on the algorithm and based on the training set that it had run on earlier. We're going to be trying to classify these blurry images. And there's a number of different categories: cat, dog, ship, bird, truck, deer. And you see that it's not perfect. Like, for example, this is not a deer. This is not a deer, it's a horse. This is definitely not a bird. This is not a dog. But this really is a cat. This really is a frog. It really is a bird. And because we're running it on a, even though this is an inference set, we're still doing testing. So we still know what the right answers are. And this is right 76% of the time. And this is for one particular algorithm, one particular training set. But there's a lot of room to explore here. There's a lot of ability to do machine learning on all sorts of different data sets. And one of the images that we have is called SciServer Essentials. And it comes with a number of different machine learning systems. It's so new, I have to remind myself what it contains. TensorFlow and PyTorch. So there's a lot of really fascinating machine learning work you can do in this environment. One last thing that I want to show you is I mentioned briefly earlier that we have a groups feature. So the next question you might ask is, I've shown you how to do research, how to do machine learning, do analysis, do all sorts of work using Jupyter Notebooks to do science. But of course, science is collaborative. It's almost never just you. It's you and your colleagues all over the world. How do you share data sets with your colleagues? And in particular, how do you share data sets with the right permissions? Because some data sets are public, some are private, some are very highly valuable, some have privacy concerns as well. So for example, we're working with the medical school on patient records data. That we can't even work in this environment because it's not secure enough. We have other environments for working with the medical data. But the point is, you want to be able to make choices about who you share which data sets with. And we're able to create that functionality through the groups features. You can click this button to create a group, and into that group you can invite a number of people. So you can, as long as somebody has a SciServer account, which they can sign up for free anywhere in the world, you can invite them to join the group. So I've created a group for this workshop. Right now it's just myself and Rafael, and I have shared a number of different data sets with this group. And so if you find me later on in this meeting, I'll invite you to the group also, where you can see all of the examples that I've shown here, plus a couple more. And then as we continue to work together on science, we can continue to work using these file systems, using these groups. So just to review, I hope that I've shown you an environment that you can work with as a science platform to do your research, to do data processing, data analysis, machine learning, and to share that work with your colleagues. And I hope it'll be a useful environment for us to work in this week into the future. So thank you all for having me here. Thanks for inviting me to Brazil. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Radek. Now you have a question session. Please just ask a question. Oops, thank you. Here.
Thank you. And as usual, if you want to ask questions in Portuguese, we can translate.
What about Hindi? Hindi? No, I'm just kidding.
No. I do speak Spanish.
Okay,
We
close
do
by,
Spanish.
right? Yeah, that was a great presentation. Thank you.
you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's really awesome. I would like to know how much the platform or the domain specialist spend on data curation, data preparation before you run. Obviously, like you prepare the data, right? So like, is there a free lunch there or there is no free lunch there?
There is no free lunch. So the question, if I'm understanding you right, you're asking what happens before you get to this point? It's like what Maggie talked about earlier with the metadata. And there's obviously a lot of work involved with that. We're working to streamline that process. So we want to be able to, what I've talked about today, this is a version of the presentation that's very much end user focused. But I also have a version where I'm talking to data providers saying, this is how we can host your data within our environment. And there's, we actually have a flow chart about how to do this. Essentially, if the data set's under 10 gigabytes, no problem, just upload it into your user volume and you can share it with anyone. But a lot of value is in the bigger data sets. So if you contact us and send me an email, I can put you in touch with our developers to host that data. Okay. So there's not a charge to do that right now because we're funded by the U.S. National Science Foundation and the Moore Foundation and Sloan Foundations in the U.S. Okay. So we're not charging to host data right now. We're thinking about what our long-term sustainability plan is going to be.
Correct, yeah, that's the big challenge for any NSF projects, right? Yeah. You have to find the sustainability. My second question is along the line. So how do you ensure the data quality, the quality of the data, and especially if you're archiving and distributing, and how do you ensure the data citation and credits? And the third one, part of my second question is, what is your user base currently?
Okay, so the question about data quality, for the smaller data sets, there's so many that we can't be a data validation and curation agency. For these smaller, under 10 gigabyte data sets, we trust the users to have performed those checks. With the larger data sets, we work with the data providers to ensure that the data has the quality standards that we need. And there's no single answer to that question. It's just a matter of working with the domain scientists and our programmers to try to create the validation that we need. In terms of citation, you know, we can't enforce a citation policy, but each data set has its own citation policies, which will be quoted in the data set. And then under our help section, we have information about how to, under policies, how to cite SciServer. So if you use our resources, we ask you for a citation. Here's a template for the citation that you can use in your papers. And I guess it's not a citation, it's really an acknowledgement. So we ask for this acknowledgement, and then the data set, there are citations. There was some talk earlier, you mentioned about DOIs, and that's something that we don't use yet, but we've talked about with different journal publishers in the US. So I think it's a really interesting set of questions that we can explore. And you'd also asked about the user base. I think we have on the order of 6,000 people signed up. We don't know a lot yet about who's using it for what. We're collecting some metrics, but the easy one is number of users, about 6,000. Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? Nope.
Hello, I'm Roberto from INPE. I'd like to know if there's a way to do calls to external notebooks, because I saw that your notebook became too long. Mm-hmm. Is there a way to do some call to an external notebook?
Yes, I don't quite know. So you can do a function call in any of these languages. And you can always create your own library that you can then import. And there are ways of writing functions and packaging them into libraries. That on my to-do list is learn how to do libraries and package them so that you're right, these notebooks can get very long. You want to be able to perform tasks over and over, have them in different places. So if somebody wants to show me how to do that this week, I'd be grateful. But yes, it is possible.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone? No? Well, Jordan, I have 2 questions for you.
Sure.
I'm very impressed with Sci Server. I mean, how the same user interface get access to the data sets, as well as using computing research to analyze the data, curate the data, and everything else. My question is, I'm working on having the same environment for the University of São Paulo, and I'm curious about the backend behind Sci Server. Do you use any cloud computing resources? Do you use Kubernetes, or just pure Docker and something that could provision those Docker containers?
Yes, so Docker, Kubernetes, Swift. I don't know the details of how this works, but we've written a paper about it. I will, if you give me your email, I'll send you a reference to the paper, and then I can put you in touch with our developers.
All right, amazing. And speaking about the machine learning, I see you have plenty of machine learning libraries in your notebooks, in your containers. Do you also give people access to GPUs to run these machine learning algorithms?
Not yet, but that's part of the plan for the future.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
And I should mention my email. It's just my last name, Raddick, R-A-D-D-I-C-K, @jhu.edu, Johns Hopkins University. And I'll be around for the next couple of days. So looking forward to talking with you. Do you have a question?
Yes. You've told that if I create an account, I can upload my own data set to your platform. But isn't it a risk for you? For example, if I'm a bad guy and I upload illegal data, so isn't it a risk for your platform?
Yes. Yeah. Please don't upload illegal data. We've talked with the IP lawyers at Hopkins about this. The one case we did have of abuse is somebody was using our compute for Bitcoin mining, and we had to look in the processing logs to figure that out, and we killed it and deleted that user, and hasn't happened since. But it's definitely a risk, and we're talking with the lawyers about how to mitigate that. Please don't upload illegal data. Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
Percival, and this guy here next to me, he built models to monitor the oil stains in Brazil, and he won the NASA Space App Challenge. And I would like to participate on your first pilot to use machine learning on top of your data set.
Great. Yeah. Congratulations. And yeah, I'd love to talk with you more about what you're interested in doing.
Okay, nice. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
No questions? All right. So thank you again, Jordan. Very exciting tool and very good presentation. It's very introductive notebooks for your Sci Server. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you all.
So now you have finger food here. Everyone is invited to have a finger food, to talk more, and we will come back at 1:30 for the hands-on. You're talking more about notebooks, talking about atmosphere data. You make some experiment about this. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Great. Yeah, I'll check LinkedIn, get your email, and send you an email. All right, thank you.
unfortunately, we could not open it up. Oh, we'll show some examples. Fire, you guys make the fire up.
ready, Pedro? What is it? Sure.
I told him not to record.
Okay. That's fine if you want to, but that's okay. I mean, that's all right. No, I mean, it's just going to take a long time, like recording-wise won't be helpful, because I'll be like walking around and all that. What are they going to do? So I wanted to do first a demo where everybody can do it. You don't want that?
You do it, not them. You just talk, you won't talk, and then like you do, okay, this is what you have done. Take your time to explain. And I have an example. What files you use?
Go Amazon data stream.
Okay, you're working. What about like content notes and profile notes?
It's going to create time series nodes.
Okay. Like PyArt. PyArt is more radar.
That's radar data.
Right, it shows that's the profile plot, right?
So I can, okay, so you have to know the variables that the radar, PyArt can do. I don't think that data stream has reflectivity.
Yeah, that's fine. So he's going to use the Go Amazon, data from Go Amazon. Yeah. Yeah, so you can you do this? Reflectivity? You want to try it now? Let's try it.
I got to download the data first.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Do you want me to talk? You want to tell what we are going to do? If you want, yeah.
So I'll actually tie it what we started and then like what these guys told. Now we are going to see for specifically for atmospheric temperature.
Yeah. Try to support some people, but after the breakfast.
Yeah.
Hello, hello. So we are going to start. Before start, you have some messages about the activity that we are going to do during this afternoon. This afternoon, we are going to do the hands-on. Most of you maybe brought a notebook to follow the activities that you are planning to do this afternoon. So, if someone needs a password or login, Rosa, where is Rosa? Rosa is not here. Or Jeanette, maybe. Jeanette, please, Jeanette, say hello. Thank you, Jeanette. Jeanette will help us with the login and password. We have, if someone needs, please tell her. She will provide some login password to access the internet. Okay. Just to you are going to do now, just give an idea what you are going to do. After that, during the afternoon, you have a break. So you have a coffee break, and we can discuss a little bit more. And the after coffee break, you are just check the questions. If you have some questions about how to do something, we are going to try to solve some questions. And this is the dynamic, okay? So Gear will responsible together with Ranjiv. They were responsible with this activity. Professor Luciana, she will, if you have some questions about scientific questions, about the problem, about the data, they are going to show you. Luciana, you give some, you try to give some direction about this. So, Gear, please. Thank you.
Botard. Good afternoon. Thank you. Hope you all had a good lunch. Time for nap? No? No. Okay. Well, welcome back. So you all heard about the atmospheric radiation measurement facility and the data, the complexity of the data, and all the field campaigns. Then we dived into the tools that we currently use in ARM, and then we had a wonderful session from about the Psi server, how powerful the Python or Jupyter notebook is, right? So that's great. This afternoon, we are going to get back to the atmospheric science, where Ranjit and Ricardo, they actually are going to show you how to set up a Jupyter on your own laptop or your own server, okay? Not only that, they will also show how to get the open source script that we developed at ARM that you can visualize data very similar to what the Psi server did, like on their server. This is like you can take it and you can independently run with or without Jupyter Notebook, okay? So it's specifically for atmospheric parameters. And it will load the binary netcdf format and all those things. And also Ranjit is going to talk about how to get the ARM data using web service. So I don't know, like Psi server, maybe we can try to grab some files using the web service while these guys are doing the demo. I'd be interested in seeing how it will, I guess, understand our data. I'm just curious, okay? Yeah. So it's all good, but before we get in, they're getting ready, almost ready. Before we get in, I would like to essentially interview Luciana here and get her some scientific, I guess, background, okay? So, I mean, we've been talking about all these. If you want to come up. Is it working?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, we have been, since morning, we have been talking about the importance of data and the importance of sharing data and software and, to help modern science as well as modern policy, right? We have grand challenges. That's what we are going to try to identify in the next 3 days, hopefully, and come up with strategy. Okay. But something we should be proud of, right? Like, what is that you proud of today on the science side?
Okay. Well, we are proud of for example, taking measurements at the Amazon since the 90s.
Okay.
And well, there's a lot of changes concerning to the data management, but right. That was a great effort to build such a structure. And USP didn't did it by itself. I mean, it's a
community.
Yeah, it's a community, but it's a pride to have so many points covered in the Amazon.
So for the last 20 years or something.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that's gold here. I mean, emerald or something, right? So we can mine the minerals, but we cannot go back in time to get the data. What they have is, it's really the modern day gold, okay? So I'm sure 100 years from now, they'll be looking at our data. So that's the hope, right?
Yeah.
That's the hope. That's what we want. We want to make our world a little bit better, right? Yeah, yeah.
Sure.
So as a scientist, I mean, do you believe in open sharing? Or are there any real concern? Like when you got into this, like preparing the data and then started, I guess, using it for your research or beyond your team, have you ever had any concern about, oh, my data will be, somebody will steal my data, they will misuse my data, or they will not give credit to my data? Any of that? Like, were there any concerns for you?
Well, right now there are no concerns about it because I realized that we are few people to deal with so many data.
Yeah.
We don't have enough hands to do this.
Okay.
And I just realized that as more people look and use the data, the better, because we get more collaborations and we get more science being done. Yeah. Effectively. And I'm a scientist. I want science to be done. So
right. Yeah.
That's my
great.
goal.
Yeah. Yeah. That is great. Yeah. Anything else that you want to share that will help us move towards the open science and sharing the data? Anything that you would like to share?
Yeah, it's important also that science in Brazil is funded by public funds. So there is also this is right to make the data available for the public as well.
Yep, yep. Okay, yeah, that is good. That is good. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much, Lysiane. Thank you. Okay, you guys are ready?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So it's a difficult session right after lunch, but we'll try to make it happen, all right? So let me start with a trivia question. So you all heard about ARM and ARM tools, right? So what's the primary search tool to find ARM data? Say that again? There you go, star. So, we talked about data discovery several times, right? So the thing there is you have to search for the data, order data, and then submit the request. You will get an email. You have to click on the link in the email to download data. It's like, a step of process, but you get all good things with it as well, like data quality information, recommendation system that Maggie has been working on. But if you are an advanced user, you don't have to go through that process all the time. So that's why we figured out a way to make life easy for people who wants to download our data. So we created this web service. So I'm going to do a demo. The first demo will not use Jupyter Lab at all. So it's going to directly take you to the home, one of the web pages where you can download it yourself while I'm doing it. Or just watch me if you would like. So let me get started. And this is for you. So please stop me if you have any question at any time. So don't wait for the end. Okay. Can you all hear me? Is it better? Okay. So that's the URL. If you want to download the script, okay, we need to increase the size. It's not going up. I'm just going to read it out. adc.arm.gov/armlive, one word. So it has pretty good documentation how you want to use it. So the first step is to log in. As soon as you log in, so first to log in, you need an ARM account. We also talked about user registration and how important it is to know for us who you are, all that good stuff. But I'm going to make your life easy by giving you a username password right here. So is that readable? So that's the username and the credential. So what you have to do is don't worry about the login, but go down here to the scripts area and let me log in, because you need to log in to see the instructions. So is there a place where we can put this where everybody get access?
You mean this?
No, this one.
Yeah, I think it's there.
So you can do a pip install for this script, or if you're using Apple laptops, you can use download this get files sh shell script to download it. If you're not, just you can just do a git clone of that as well. Oops. So Ricardo is helping me to put it in the Word doc. You can copy paste in a second.
We're going to show them the notebooks. Just yeah, go ahead, do your demo, and I can show them where to get this information.
Okay. So Ricardo said, okay, so he's going to take some more time to do that, but meantime, I'm just going to go ahead and run it. Yes. And don't use my password, please. He's putting it. Oh. So actually, Ricardo is going to download that shell script and including the executable file as well. So he's going to put it on the Word doc somewhere, right, Ricardo? So meantime, I'll just slowly go ahead and run this script in the interest of time. So all that does is install this get files sh shell script on your laptop. And so that's how you execute the script. So it's just a bash command. That's my username password, but don't worry about it. I'm going to change it. See, this is the data stream name. This is the ARM data stream name. So like I said, this is primarily for users who are more like advanced users who are familiar with ARM convention. To get a list of data streams, you can get it from here. So that's the URL, discovery stream. So these are all the list of data streams that are available with ARM. So you can download any of these data streams directly. Yeah. Absolutely. So if you already have an ARM account, go ahead and use it, yes. So here I'm trying to download SGP is our mega site in near Oklahoma, Southern Great Plains. MET stands for meteorological data, and E13 is the facility number, and that's the data level. B1 is the data level. So I'm trying to download 1 month worth of data here. So all I have to do, let me open up a location where it is. Not that. So there are already a few files. I'm going to go ahead and delete them. So again, the command is pretty simple. It's just a bash command, shell script, username, password, data stream name, and the start date and end date. And end date is optional for you. You don't have to even put the end date. But be careful, though. You may get a lot of data back. So if I hit it, so you can see that the files are already downloading on your system. So you have avoided pretty much the entire data discovery process if you know exactly what you're trying to download. So I'm going to go one step further and basically remove the data level and the facility. I just want to download everything from SGP MET. There's going to be a lot of data. I'm going to stop this right after a few seconds. But it can take regular expressions as well. So as soon as I hit it, you can see that it created a directory, and it's downloading data from several different facilities, E11, E39, 40. My system is going to crash in a few seconds if I don't stop this. So let me stop it. So yeah, so that's as simple that is to use our web service to download data directly. All right. So any questions or so far? How are we doing?
Just give me. Can you open any editor that could put this link in large font?
Okay. You want to connect?
No, well, it can be.
So here's which one you want? Oh boy. Yeah. for downloading that?
Is the Jupyter Lab instance.
Okay. So do you want them to use Jupyter Lab?
They can, yeah. I can tell them to use Jupyter Lab. Just give me some seconds, because this one doesn't seem to be working. I don't think this adapter is working. Let me try another adapter. One second. Would you mind if I give the instructions in Portuguese?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, I just want to make sure the instructions are clear for everyone. Okay, so mirroring screens, how do I do that? Device, displays, mirror.
Perfect.
Okay. Okay. Wow, we have too many things.
You guys are going to run it right now, right? They don't have to follow you now. Is that what you guys are going to do?
Yeah, I just
And then
want to
after
give
the
them
break?
instructions to access.
Yeah.
And then after the break, they can run the notebooks by themselves.
Okay, but you're going to go through that now. How,
Yes.
how they will do it?
How to access.
Yeah. Yeah, but they don't have to do it right now, is that?
Yes.
Okay, just tell them, because they're all trying to follow you guys. It's tough, right?
All right. I would like to say I'm sorry for our English speaker guests, but I need to speak in Portuguese because I need to give them clear instructions, okay? Okay, so switch to português. Pessoal, é o seguinte, o que o Ranjit estava mostrando para vocês são os notebooks que vocês vão utilizar para o workshop. São 5 notebooks e também tem um scriptzinho em Bash que ele pediu para baixar, para justamente mostrar para vocês como vocês podem baixar na máquina de vocês todos esses datasets, todos os data streams que ele estava mostrando aqui. Para o workshop, a gente vai fazer o seguinte, a gente tem bastante gente aqui, mas eu vou pedir encarecidamente que vocês formem grupos, porque o nosso servidor aqui é um servidor compartilhado e, bom, como vocês sabem, casa de ferreiro, espeta de pau, né? Então, a gente tem poucos recursos computacionais aqui para rodar para cada usuário. Então, no máximo 10 acessos simultâneos. Eu sei que é pouquíssimo acesso, mas primeiro eu vou dar o acesso a vocês. O passo 0 que vocês têm que fazer é peguem os notebooks, baixem na máquina de vocês. Perfeito? Por quê? Primeiro, provavelmente vocês não querem ficar só aqui no workshop, vocês querem ver tudo o que o pessoal do ARM trouxe para vocês. Então, vocês podem e devem levar os notebooks para casa, copiem na máquina de vocês, o conhecimento aqui é aberto, certo? Segundo, que se algo de ruim acontecer, né, Lady Murphy, nunca vamos esquecer dela, se algo acontecer, a gente pode utilizar o recurso local. Perfeito? Pessoal, esse é o link do Bitly para acesso ao Jupyter Hub, o ambiente compartilhado. Ok? Vamos... só copiem o link, porque, na verdade, o acesso, a execução do workshop vai ser feito depois do segundo coffee, ok? Só peguem esse ambiente aqui, só peguem esse link, que aí eu vou explicar para vocês como fazer o acesso. Perfeito? 5 minutinhos aí para escrever, tirar foto. É muita coisa, 5 minutos. gonna show them how to access the Jupyter Hub instance, and then after the break, they're gonna... No YouTube? Ah, tá. Pessoal do YouTube também, se tiver com algum problema de enxergar o link, me avisem. Pode ver que já tem dados de acesso também. O usuário é compartilhado, ok? Então, sempre é importante lembrar que os arquivos que vocês estão vendo, todo mundo vão ver. Então, qualquer modificação, inclusive apagar o notebook, vai acontecer para todo mundo. Então, pelo amor de Deus, não apaguem os notebooks e não executem eles ainda. Perfeito? Aí, estou vendo o pessoal aí que já está acessando. Eu compartilhei isso com algumas pessoas, já estou vendo gente acessando aí. Perfeito, pessoal? Eu vou, então, mostrar para vocês como fazer o acesso, ok? Me deem alguns minutinhos só, que aí eu vou chegar no ponto zero aqui para vocês. Bom, quando vocês clicarem naquele link do Bitly que eu mandei para vocês, vocês vão cair exatamente nessa página. Essa é uma página para poder fazer o login. O nosso ambiente, ele tem como premissa fazer o seguinte, assim como o site server do Jordan, a gente cria instâncias em formato de containers do Jupyter para vocês acessarem. Para o caso desse workshop, a gente criou um único usuário para compartilhar com vocês, porque a gente botou o máximo de recursos possíveis para executar os notebooks. Esses notebooks são bem... consomem bastante recursos, então a gente decidiu compartilhar uma única instância e um único usuário para vocês. Ok? Beleza. Vamos, então, clicar nesse botão. Quer dizer, vamos... no sentido figurado, porque vocês não precisam me seguir, perfeito? Isso a gente vai fazer depois do coffee. Vai cair nessa página de login, então, a senha é extremamente complexa, né? O usuário WDS, a senha, vixe, é tão difícil quanto, workshop. Esse é um ambiente que só pode ter 10 acessos simultâneos. Então, depois do break, a gente vai definir esses grupos, ok? Feito o login, ele vai cair já na página do Jupyter Hub, com o nosso ambiente, já com os notebooks, já dentro desse servidor. Os notebooks estão aqui dentro, WDS5-notebooks. Ok? O que vocês têm que fazer? Desse notebook do 1 ao 5, deixa eu ver se eu aumento aqui a resolução. Os notebooks do 1 ao 5 são os notebooks que vocês vão utilizar para o workshop. Vou reforçar o pedido, passo 0. Peguem cada um desses notebooks e baixem na máquina de vocês. Beleza? Ótimo. Quem não gostar dessa interface estilo navegador de arquivos, você pode vir aqui no finalzinho, ele tem um /tree, você muda para /lab, que ele cai na mesma interface que o Ranjit estava mostrando. Perfeito? Isso não muda muito, é só o que muda aqui, mas é a cor da grama mesmo. Foi como eu falei, né? Recursos super limitados, né? Então, está aqui. Quem quiser utilizar aquele formato clássico que você faz a navegação como se fosse um navegador de arquivos, usa o /tree no final. Se você quiser usar essa interface, /lab. Perfeito? Então, só lembrando, pessoal, passo 0, baixem os notebooks na máquina de vocês. O passo 1. O passo 1 vai ser o seguinte, quem quiser rodar local, à vontade, quem quiser utilizar o ambiente, lembrando, 10 acessos simultâneos no máximo, façam o seguinte, vocês vão pegar e copiar e colar essa pasta. E aí vocês coloquem lá o nome dessa pasta, o nome do grupo, o nome das pessoas que são do grupo, ou grupo 1, grupo 2, conforme for o critério. Como fazer o download dos notebooks? Vamos lá. Eu vou para a tela clássica porque é mais fácil de fazer o download. Infelizmente é um método bem arcaico, mas é o que o Jupyter oferece. Tá? After the break? Yeah. Let me just show them how to download. Então está aqui. Você está na pasta WDS5 Notebooks, você marca ele aqui e ele habilita o botão de download, ok? Infelizmente você tem que fazer um por um, porque se você marca mais de um, ele some com o botão de download, tá? Então, por isso que eu falei, infelizmente o método é extremamente arcaico, mas ainda é eficaz, né? Beleza, pessoal? Alguém ficou com alguma dúvida? No arquivo? Cliquei no arquivo, ele habilitou o botão de download. Bem aqui, ó. Não está habilitando? Certo. Isso é um passo que a gente vai fazer na hora que for executar o workshop. Então, eu vou um por um e a gente vê isso direitinho, tá bom? Perfeito, pessoal? Ficou alguma dúvida com relação ao acesso do ambiente? Então, perfeito. Só duas perguntas. We can try that. Tá, pessoal, vamos fazer o seguinte. Segura aí um pouquinho. Quando a gente for fazer o break e for executar o workshop, a gente vai um por um e ajuda nisso daí, tudo bem? Não precisa fazer nada agora, tá? Que senão pode ser que prejudique os outros para fazer a cópia desses notebooks, ok? Eu vou um por um e eu vou dando essas instruções, beleza? E acompanha, tá bom? Feito o download, você pode usar o ambiente que quiser, tá? Pode usar o ambiente local, pode usar o ambiente compartilhado. Perfeito? Só os notebooks, tá? Eu vou um por um e faço isso, tá bom? Ok.
Thank you so much, Ricardo. Really appreciate it. So I think you have all the instructions how to set it up after the break. So as of now, please don't make any copies of this notebook here. So I think I say someone made a copy, but that's okay. But when we come back from break, you can create copies of them and then run it. So now what I'm going to do is basically run through 5 examples. The first one is something that I already did with the ARM live service, but I'm going to do it on this Jupyter lab, and you can just look at it right now, and when you all come back from break, I'll be with you. So if you have any questions, I'll be glad to help you. So John already gave a really good introduction about Jupyter Lab, how easy it is to run your commands using that. So like he mentioned, there are a couple of things. So the first thing is documentation, which is like HTML. So there is this drop down here which makes something documentation versus code. So if I make this code, that becomes code, and if I hit the run button, that tries to execute that. So, but if you're just writing something like HTML documentation, you can just mark it down, and it won't run it. So start from that. So these are basic instructions which I already showed you from this ARM Live web page. So we can ignore that. Second step is to apply our user credentials. So username and that password for this workshop. I created something specific. You will all have the same thing when you come back. So I want to download and stage data from Go Amazon campaign. Whoops. It's perfect, right? So while doing the live demo, this is what happens. So I think too many people are connected to the network.
Just a message. Please, if someone logging in this environment, please log off right now because Ranjiv is going through all activities. So when we come back from the break, when you are going to start, please just log off in this moment just to be more fast and run more fast here, okay? Thank you.
So if you are also not using internet, please disconnect. I guess there are too many people logged onto the network. I think we are back online. Awesome. Okay, sorry about that. So the first thing I didn't check is check if there is a kernel running, because we need to set up the environment for running any of the Jupyter notebooks here. See, say that there is no kernel, so we can go here and change kernel. And Ricardo was kind enough to set me up this Python 3.7. So I just picked that. So now I'll try to run again. It's thinking. So star meaning it is processing right now. It should not take this long. I don't know why it's taking that long. Can I just restart the kernel? Okay. So I'm going to restart the kernel. Okay. There is a space. So there is a shortcut command if you want to execute any of these windows, which is shift return if you run it. it automatically executes it instead of pressing the run. So the next one, this command is going to show you how many files are available from that data stream for that start date and end date. So if I click play, so there are 3 files. So these are all CDF files, which is very similar to NetCDF. Okay, so the next step is to download it. So as soon as you enter, it will show all these data files have been downloaded. So there will be a directory created right there, and you can see the 3 files that have been downloaded. So that's the first example, which we have already gone through. Okay, one second.
Pessoal, reforçando só o recado, hein? Eu estou vendo o pessoal fazendo algumas cópias, por favor, segure um pouquinho aí, a gente tem gente suficiente para ajudar cada grupo, tá? Não façam cópias, não mexam agora no Jupyter, a gente vai grupo a grupo para ajudar com relação à configuração, perfeito? Deixa que o Randit faça a execução dos notebooks, depois a gente ajuda vocês, beleza?
Thank you. So this is my second demo. So what we did is in the first demo, we staged some data on the server. So now we are going to use some visualization tools that we have developed. This is not something developed by me or someone at the ADC, ARM Data Center, but it's one of our partners that we partner with in the with the ARM program. Like Giri mentioned, it's spread across like 9 national labs. Argonne National Lab led this effort to build this community toolkit to generate quick look data plots. I'll show you how easy it is to use their ACT plotting library. ACT stands for Atmospheric Community Toolkit. It is very simple to use. So here's some disclaimer about it, how what ACT is, how to see the documentation. Here are some examples. And if you find an issue, so you can go there and report issue. So here I'm going to run this code. So the first step is to import all the ACT-related libraries. So this is going to take a few seconds to download that. Okay. Kernel was shut down for some reason. Okay, so let me start it. So it's downloading ACT and matplotlib. It's like a plotting library from Python, which you can use. So it took like, 5 seconds, less than 5 seconds to download so many different libraries. Second step is to use our ARM live service, the one that we did in our previous example. We are going to do it here too, to download different kind of data. That's done. So here I'm trying to download Kaiser, which is a radar data stream. It's called K-band ARM Zenith radar. Short form for that is Kaiser. And that radar is located at the Southern Great Plains area. So, and these are the start date and end date where I want to download the data from. Radar data are pretty huge. So please be careful when you put time ranges. Just try with 1 day, probably. If you put in too many days, it may overload the system. So as soon as I do that, and then the next step is to go through the files and extract the contents. This may take a few seconds too. So it downloaded that Kaiser file. fine.
It's downloading the data.
It's still running.
Don't worry. If it's downloading, if it's not downloading, we have resources for a single user for now, and we can move on to.
Okay. So it looks like someone hit the run even before me, so but the file is downloaded. And let me see if I can stop this process and try to run the reading the process. So now we have to open up the netcdf file and extract and read what's inside it, like what variables are in there and what are the data values. Of course. So for some reason demo is not working out. So data set is already open. So let's try this. No. So I tried to read the file, but the file is already opened by somebody. Yeah, see the file is opening. Can you change the password?
Yeah. Let me change the password real quick.
So Ricardo's going to try and figure out some other alternative way to do this. So we'll have like 5 minutes time. Can we take a quick break? Yeah. So come back in like 5 minutes.
So we have a time now just for make a break right now, your anticipate break. They will prepare everything. When you come back from break, you are going to start the hands-on with you. Okay, guys? Everything okay? Thank you. So you can go to the break here. Thank you.
are just taking too long to run, but
yeah, it's big
so far
data
so good.
point. It's a lot of data points. Is it?
So Giri, I'll just start.
No, it's okay. I mean, like, they don't log in.
No, I'll start.
Huh?
I'll just go ahead and start.
You're going to start, right?
Right.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, so that's fine.
That's fine. You are very clear. I like the way that you make presentation.
Now it's working.
Okay, good.
Okay.
This is third, right?
Yeah, this is the 3.
So let me just run through the second, and then I want to...
So we are going to start now. Ranjit?
Okay. So much fun, right? So you all had a pretty good break. That's awesome. So live demos are like this. So this is called demo curse. When you're doing live demonstrations, this will happen. And happens to me a lot. But anyways, so I was downloading data from Kaiser, which is our radar instrument. I think we got the data downloaded. It just took a long time because the files are huge, and there is a limited processing capability. So we had to wait for it to finish. So what it did here is basically downloaded the data file, and then number 5 is to read the netcdf file. So this is where Act Magic comes into picture. It automatically reads all the netcdf contents, and it will figure out what are the variables that are inside the netcdf. And the next step is to basically pass on the variable which is in the netcdf file. So here I passed on reflectivity, which is one of the primary measurements for that data stream. So that specific Kaiser instrument could collect, 30 measurements, of which maybe there are like 4 or 5 primary measurements. And this is one of the primary measurements. So, so we put reflectivity here, and we define the size of plot that we want to make. So this one is 15 by 10. Everything here is configurable. So let's say you have a data stream which has 30 variables, right? Not just the primary measurements, but if you want to plot every single variable inside that data stream, it's possible. Instead of hard coding here as 1, which is one variable which we are showing here, you can just loop through it. I will show that in the next example, hopefully. But in this case, I'm plotting reflectivity, and here's a pretty looking quick look data plot for reflectivity for that date. So Giri, you had something?
So yeah, so this particular plot is actually showing you a vertical slice of the atmosphere, and what you're seeing there, the green, is the cloud. So when the radar does the scanning, so the reflectivity actually shows up here like this. So you can almost think that the cloud currently is actually like it's a shallow cloud, basically.
Yeah.
And what's the size of the data that you pulled from ARM?
So this is probably like 1 gigabyte worth of data. So that's why it took a long time with all the speed. So going to the third example, I don't want to run this import commands again because we just imported all these libraries, and I already ran this ARM live service to download data. So in this case, what I want to do is get data from Go Amazon and plot multiple variables, not just one variable. Like I said, I'm going to loop through them and try to plot it. So I'm here, start date and end date. This is the Go Amazon data stream. This is a QC RAD, 1 long. Giri or Luciana, if you want to explain what...
Yeah, it's a radiation measurement. Yeah, it's a value-added product, meaning this data is derived from multiple instruments, so you can readily use this data in your climate modeling or atmospheric modeling.
Thanks. So if I run this, goes here. It just downloaded 2 files. See how quick it is, because these files are really small files. These are not like radar files. And go to the next step, where we are going to read the file, the same step that we did in the previous example. In this case, I'm passing 4 variables: best estimate, downshot hemisphere, down-dwelling shot, and with the hemisphere. So what those variables represent, quickly I'll show you our relational database as well. All I have to do is get the name of the data stream. So that represents, these are the full names of those primary measurements. I know those variables exist in the file. So before that, you need to understand what variables are there in those files before you run these kind of commands.
That's where the metadata comes, right?
Correct. Where is Maggie?
And he's also doing on the fly. It's not pre-canned or anything. So you could pretty much pull the data from ARM, any data from ARM, and you can run it on the fly, okay?
So I just ran it, and it prepared 4 plots for me. So you can see. So the idea is, so this is for how many days? 1 day. Yes, so this is like 1 day. So this is like a quick look at the data. And then if you feel that, okay, so I need to pursue more days, or this is the data I'm interested in, you can download it and then do more analytical work. So these are all like static plots. And I'll be here with you guys if you are going through these examples. So if you don't follow it at this point, I understand, so don't be worried. The 4th example is creating a value-added product. So value-added product is, you can think about it as generating a synthesis kind of a product based on different data streams. And then we also archive that value-added product and distribute to the user as they are available. So typically what we have is a bunch of ingest scripts and data value-added process scripts that we execute if we know like how many data streams are going to be part of it. In this example, I'm going to do it live without any formal ingest script. We are going to just download 2 data streams, one of the radar data streams, and we are going to find the reflectivity of that, add some rain data with some met data, and figure out what's the type of the cloud. So let me run through it real quick. So these are, I'm just importing a few things here. So while that is going on, I want to show you what are the types of clouds I'm talking about. So we have low clouds, all these different types of clouds, deep convection cloud or cumulus. I'm not a real atmospheric scientist, but we have one right here. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask her. So the reason why I'm showing you this is these are the algorithms that we have, that we've been processing these data streams for a very long time. As a, you can think about it as a cron job, as a scheduled job. So using this in the Jupyter lab, you can create value-added products on the fly if you know exactly what you're looking for. So that's important. So I'll go here, go to the next step. So now I have to download these data streams. That's done. And we are calculating the delta. So what I mean by that is, so when you have a cloud, you need to figure out what's the bottom, what's the top of the cloud. That way, these are all the things that you need to understand to figure out what's the type of the cloud is. So that's what we are calculating here. So we're doing finding the bottom and the top. And we are grouping them. And we are extracting 4 variables from those data streams. So one is the cloud layer, bottom height, top height, base time, and time off. These are required in the following algorithm that you just saw. And here's a function that would download that data stream, article data stream, which has all these 4 measurements. That is done. It's done. So now, like I said, we're going to add some rain data. So if there is too much of rain within the cloud, we want to remove those value points. That's the reason we are adding rain data here. So we are using NSA, North Slope, Alaska, Met Station data. That's done. Now we're going to filter out all the rain data. That's done. And now we're going to figure out what's an adjacent cloud. To know the type of the cloud, you need to also understand what's beside it, what's around it. So it's still processing. Okay, that's done. Now this is the real algorithm. Now it's going to process for just 1 day. So if the bottom of the cloud is less than 3,500, and if it's over or top is less than 3,500 and the thickness is less than 3,500, it is categorized as a low cloud. The cloud is very close. So now this is the algorithm. So let me run it. So this may take like a minute, I think. So as soon as that happens, you will see a table that will define all the cloud types. So any questions so far while I'm doing this? Oh, they're going to repeat. Yeah. Yeah.
Just to follow.
As soon as the table is done, we'll stop here, and they can set up their environment, and they can do it.
Okay, we can talk then and finish here.
Yeah.
And then,
So it should. So this should generate a table anytime now. But what we can do now is run these 4 examples in your own Jupyter instance. I'll be here if you have any questions. I know Maggie has about 30 minutes of her presentation as well. So how are we doing on time?
Maggie, are you going to talk something? Yeah?
So we are deciding whether we want to continue this or we want to move to the next topic. How many of you are going to try the Jupyter now, or would you like to do it later? Any hands for now? 1, 2, 3. Okay.
3.
Yeah. Okay. Later? Okay. All right. So we will make this tutorial available for you guys. And also, we are going to the next topic, and it is equally important. But then, right after, like, it will take about 20 minutes, and then after that, we will come back, and then we will finish it up. We will work with each one of you to make sure this is running, and you are able to download the script. You are able to use it on your laptop. Okay? Does that sound good? Awesome. Thank you so much. Okay. Maggie? Now, Maggie Davis is going to talk about the importance of metadata. So this is very critical. I mean, like, you looked at the data discovery and all, and it's so critical to describe your data properly. So if you don't, like 10 years from now, how would people understand what that data is, right? Like if it is not self-describing. So it's better to have proper metadata or data description available along with your data. So, I mean, if you are producing a data, you'd be the expert of the data. So you'd be the best person to tell what that data is. Okay, so computer scientists, unfortunately, we cannot describe your data. All the things, subjective things. Oh, there is a quality. There is a bird poop in the sensor. It is affecting the resolution or something, right? So those things best described by the scientists. So I'm going to invite Rachel, who actually helped us quite a bit in the past for Go Amazon campaign, during the Go Amazon campaign. And when we did the similar workshop a couple of years ago, and Rachel was there, and she said like, oh, I got more data for you. Can I submit the data to ARM? And I said like, yes, thank you, right? So she also, one of those people, took the risk, open up the form that Maggie is going to show you. It's a simple web form. And then she said, yes, this is my, I know about this data, and I can describe the data well. So I'm going to ask Rachel, if you still remember, how difficult was it? Was that like too difficult for you as a scientist?
Oh, it's on now. Okay. As a scientist to describe the data, no. But as a scientist to actually write metadata, yes, because we hate it. You know, I was just talking to Luciana that we really, really hate it. But to have a platform like you did at ARM, it was really, really easy for me.
Right.
And then having Maggie going back to me, oh, is this right? We are still missing this information from you. And it was really, really helpful.
Yeah, that is good. I mean, what you are doing is a great service to the future generation.
Yes, like, even for myself, you know, because
sure.
In a couple of years, I don't know what I collected. And like, for another example that I learned on that workshop, we were using some weather station data that Luciana's group installed. Right. And then she said, oh no, I was using wind. And she said, Oh, that weather station was right by a hill, you know.
That's right.
Wow, how could I know?
Issue right there, yeah.
And she was the only person that knew that. And
Another
wasn't-
scientist.
Yeah, there wasn't a metadata for that, so.
That's right. So that's where, I mean, so hopefully Maggie will show you where do you put, okay, this data has some quality issue, there is a hill next to it, right? I mean,
Yes.
so that's where you describe, yeah, good, yeah. So now you're, I mean, like, hopefully when you did that exercise, you feel happy, it will help you, but also the future users of that data,
Yes,
right?
actually
Yeah.
helped ourselves to realize that now we have to manage our own data, which is a big project that we are running right now, and we cannot leave our data on the FTP side.
Yeah, yeah. FTP is really great, and don't get me wrong, it's a great data delivery system. But when it comes to data discovery, if you have so many data products, FTP, you have to go through, or you have to call, okay, Rachel, I need this data. So you will be the help desk person rather than a scientist, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, that is good, that's good, yeah. And I will ask the same question I asked Luciana. What is that something you are proud of? Because I would like to hear, I mean, like as a scientist, I would like you to tell us.
That I'm proud of as a scientist. It is almost on the same line as Luciana, that I think we started working at the same time with Go Amazon at the undergraduate studies.
Yeah.
So it was, don't do the math, but it was back in the 90s, you know.
That's okay, yeah.
And we are still running those sites, many of those. And how we realize right now, actually, that we have to manage all our data. And we still have some data from the old campaigns that actually we have to put those for the public. And
Probably reprocess those, right?
yeah, if we can remember everything we did, right, the metadata and everything. It's not
Right.
something, I'm actually telling something I am not proud of.
No, at least like you are recognizing and you're telling others, okay, well, do not repeat this, right?
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah,
Young people, don't do that.
Yeah, that's good, that's good. And I just heard from Paul Tars that you guys are starting another big project nearby Go Amazon. So now I'm so confident that you will be making use of all these best practices. So it will be better collected before then, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
We're actually running a site that we have a radar similar to the radar you guys will be working with the data. from the notebook.
Absolutely,
Yes.
absolutely, yeah. And I'm so glad to hear about your interaction with Scott Giagrande.
Yes, he is really, really
Oh, he's
helpful.
brilliant,
He's
yeah.
a brilliant
I will let
guy.
him know, yeah, okay. Anything else you want to share, or?
It's just what I said. People, metadata is important. It is a pain to write those. We really hate it as scientists to actually do that because we want to just dive into the data, make our analysis, make our beautiful plots. But in the end, now I have some data that I can give to my students, but I don't have the metadata, so every time I have to sit with them, explain everything, and it's still a pain, so
Correct,
just do once.
Yeah. Well, you heard it from her, okay? Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Rachel. Yeah, thank you.
Sounds like it's working? Okay, great. So, wow, that was a great lead-in. Thank you. I feel like my work is done here, the importance of metadata. So I do want to walk you through the tool that I mentioned in my presentation earlier. And just to refresh your memory, it's called Online Metadata Editor Tool. So this will help you plan for archiving your data. And I have similar experiences. I have data that I collected actually here in Brazil, and I did not know, I wasn't advised, it just wasn't as common to invest so much in your metadata, and I would have to spend a lot of time picking back up the data to remember what was done. And, you know, and I even did have GPS where I took some coordinates, but still it's not in the format. I didn't invest in the metadata like I should have. This is common. That was years ago. I have another project just a few years back that we produced a big paper, you know, a big report, and collected some of the metadata, but not all, and it is difficult to spend the time doing it because it's not the most exciting, but it's important. So the basic characteristics, you want to describe your data type, authorship, and give attribution where appropriate. So this particular form has an opportunity for you to enter in ORCID IDs for collaborators, and you know, all of that information can be stored and then searchable, and just help to disseminate your research results as well. But I think it is important not to just put yourself, but if other people did contribute to collecting the data, there are opportunities here to note that. Describing the data is so important. Be as descriptive as possible. Aerosol data doesn't exactly help, you know, 2 words. So you should, for future use, spend an hour writing an abstract about your data, you know, a real one that you can use to submit at a conference or something, and have that archived along with the data. Of course, your spatial information. Where was it? Exactly where was it? And, you know, your system boundaries are important in some cases, not just a point, but, you know, did you collect in an area? And then your measurements. We do ask as well that these are primary measurements, so that does cut down on some of the trouble of doing the metadata archiving. You don't have to note that, you know, there was a timestamp for each moment of your file, but, you know, really just the ones that you would want to communicate to users. The other ones that always go along with data are just embedded within the file, and you can usually go back and get what you need out of that. But really just highlighting what you would want communicated. Any data quality issues like the hill, that's common, you know, and it's something that is easy to forget as well. Forget to communicate to users, forget yourself in a few years. Exactly which side of the instrument was that hill on? Maybe you don't remember. So that's important. And some people do put that they have constraints on the data. This is not common. Open access is I think where we are going, but in some cases there are reasons for constricting the wide use of the data. Usually around data quality, the instrument mentor would like to explain to you why this particular parameter isn't behaving correctly. And so we do, again, ARM tries to be as flexible as possible to take any data in any form that we can. And the tools that were used, and then we generate citations and any additional information. So, without further ado, I will jump into this. Yes, let me get to where I need to be. So here on the left is what I showed you just a minute ago. So I'm going to zoom in even further and get rid of that. How does this look? Can you read in the back? Is it visible? Great. This is a product that has been used across different projects. This one is specific to ARM, but it has been adapted for lots of different ones, and there's a more generic version of it as well. If you're interested in that, please get in touch with us. But the first thing we do is prompt the users, help us to understand your data. Was it affiliated with an ARM field campaign is an important question for us. If no, then it pops up additional questions. Was the work funded by ARM? If no, who was it funded by? These are the sorts of questions you may want to adopt for your processes. If it wasn't funded by ARM, do you request that the data be fully discoverable through ARM and data discovery tools? So, this could be flexible for your purposes, but I think it's important to establish up front what the data submitter intends you to do with their data.
Maggie, can you show the field campaign Go Amazon there as part of the, yeah.
If it was a field campaign, then you can find it. And this is a type ahead, so all I typed was go, and there it is. No problem. So this tool is pulling from our database, and the database knows what campaigns we have. So we did do that work in advance to make sure all of that was set up in the database tables, and this tool had access to it. But it really can help the data submitter. As Rachel said, metadata can be painful sometimes, and trying to make the forms as easy as possible, it helps encourage participation. Contact information. So again, your name, we have some basic things that we require: the red stars, organization, telephone number, email. Those are very important. And telephone number and email, people change jobs sometimes. It's really good to be able to track somebody through two things. Address, if they want to, several people provide their business address, but not required. And we have two different sections for the data submitter and the person who should be contacted with questions about the data. So as we all know, I was an undergrad once. I submitted lots of data that I gave attribution to my major professor on. So this is the opportunity for that. Or vice versa. Somebody else may be submitting it for you, and you were a collaborator, a senior collaborator on it. Okay. Here's a very important part, title of the data set. So this is what is carried forward. This form, I'll show you in a minute, is carried forward to our data discovery. So if you are submitting specifically to us, it's very important that you be succinct. You want this to be the title of your poster, the title of your paper. Very succinct but descriptive as well. Go Amazon data won't distinguish it from others. So we do require that field, and I do sometimes push back if there's not enough information in the title. Related publications and references. So you could add several citations here, and all of that information is stored. So I know, as a scientist myself, I wrote a report on a data set. Archiving the data set was a secondary thought, but it's nice to be able to do that and then link back to the publication. So you get double metrics for that. This drives people to your paper, and the paper can drive people to this if it's tagged correctly. What format is your data presented in? Again, we're very flexible at ARM. Text files, we take everything. But NetCDF and ASCII is most common, I would say. Begin format. We have the date format like this, and we do not have it as a required field, but it's very important, and I will extract it from the data if it's not provided. And data size. So yes, you know, having 1 terabyte is a lot different than 60. And as a data center, we need to plan for 60 terabytes so versus kilobytes. So we do ask that people fill that in. It's not a mandatory field, but I think it's important for any data center to be able to plan their resources. Explain the directory organization. That's if needed. Sometimes we have zipped files, but then under there are monthly or yearly files. So that's important for your users to know. And again, your abstract, this is, I just cannot stress enough how important it is for later years to be very descriptive in your abstract. And the purpose, the what for, the why should anyone care 10 years from now or right now about the data. Please describe how to use the data. We get diverse answers here, but some data sets you may have something in mind that you would like to spend the time doing this analysis, but you don't have time, so you could describe it here and possibly direct the user. We also get data quality information in this section as well. It's free form, you can enter whatever you want, but sometimes it is helpful to have that data quality. Well, use it, but don't use the shaded part of it, or don't use it during, you know, this time frame. And yeah, support and funding, always give credit where credit is due. These ARM sites are linked as well. You can type in SGP here. Oh, ASI came up with my bad typing. Yeah, MAO would come up as well. So these are, again, pulling from our database. And the information would be carried forward. We do have metadata if you did choose MAO here. We do have metadata linked to that to give us that spatial boundary. But if there were more specific coordinates, it could be entered here as well. Instruments. This is where we ask that you're pretty specific. If it's a high-frequency instrument versus a low-frequency instrument, something like that, it's very important for you to note, because we do assign an umbrella instrument class based on that information. And in some cases, we have to develop a brand new one because this is new. And in those cases, we need as much information as we can get so that we can go to the producer of the instrument. Oftentimes, we'll go to their web page. We'll pull down handbooks on the instruments, glean the information we need out of that to make sure that we're as accurate as possible. Measurements. So measurement 1, 2, as many as you can give or would like to give. You have the flexibility in this form to do so. And keywords. As with all of the other ones, it's important to, if you want your data to be found, enter accurate keywords. And data quality. So these are default. No formal positional accuracy tests were conducted. So these are just defaults, and you can change it if you need to. Consistency and completeness of the report. Data set have any bad issues? And this is default text as well that can be changed.
So Maggie, these are optional, right? If there is no hill, if there is no problem with the data quality, you can skip.
Exactly.
Right.
And just leave it as default text, and that's what will be communicated to the users. Okay, I think I'll skip over these last two bubbles. They're pretty self-explanatory. The data citation, the DOI, this is an improvement we made 1 year ago, more or less. We used to have to go and mint a DOI for you. We'd collect information from your form. We would go over there and we would do that. Now it's all embedded within the form. So Ranjit has an excellent team of developers who is able to do that. So if you already have a DOI, you can enter it right here. But if you don't have one yet and you want one to be generated, I'm probably missing the appropriate all of the required fields. You have to have the required fields in there for this to pop up, but you would press this DOI assigned by ARM, and it would call to OSCE and grab one and reserve it for you.
Maggie, can I add a point?
Yeah,
thank you. So Rachel, this is something you want to start or implement from the beginning. Assign or get a DOI prefix for all of your, for the data that you will be generating. So we use 10.5433, so you can work with DataCite, and you can actually have a specific prefix for the data that you will be producing. And you can assign any number of authors there, but it is important for your future metrics and also the data citation and credits. Thank you.
This form uses our ARM DOI tool, where we can reserve, mint, and update digital object identifiers. But rather than having to go to that external tool, Ranjit's team was so forward thinking that they just integrated it all within here. Again, make it as easy as possible. And then an opportunity to provide any additional information you may have and upload files. So we do have a somewhat small limit on uploading files to this form, and lots of other options to accept 60 terabytes if we need to. So that's the form, and that's the process that I go to as I review it as well. I just wanted to show you the end result. That form allows us to collect the information we need to assign the tagging, the metadata, to make it available in data discovery, but it also generates a XML format document, which is the human readable and machine readable. So our machine can then take it and extract information such as all of these details here on the primary measurements that were tagged, the metadata creator, that part of the form, any distribution information that you've entered in there, any data quality information that was entered, all of your coordinates, if they were added, would be displayed there. The start and the end date is pulled from our field campaign system. So when you select the Go Amazon campaign, it knew how long it was, and that was added. But as you can see, it can be a really powerful tool, both to collect information in a very easy format for the submitter, but then also allow us to automate the process as much as possible, push it down the line using machines and fewer human hours. So, hope that helps. If it's an example for your research, please let us know if you would like to have more information about it. If you are interested in submitting data to ARM, if you have something that is along the lines of our scope, you can just log on and submit it. There's a science review of data, but it's something that we welcome. So, is there anything else you want to add on that, Kiri?
So as you said, this tool is based on open source technologies, and it's been adopted by many other projects already. This is something that can be taken and customized and used, right? The DOI tool, of course, like with US, we are tying up with OSTI, Office of Science and Technology, who is the DOI provider from DataCite. But that's something that you all need to work with directly with the DataCite. And our library folks actually helped us get that connection going. So you may, I know Pedro, you spoke to the DataCite folks before, so you can come up with an agreement with them and then get this prefix for any projects but once you have that, you can actually customize this tool and make it used for your project. Yeah.
Would be nice, Maggie. Could you show, maybe someone here, they don't know DOI. Could you show DOI from ARM? Because Gear told me about customize it.
Yeah.
Would be nice to show what does it means for audience, please. Just an example.
Do you want me to do this one?
Let's go to the data discovery.
Okay. The new one?
Yeah, so MOA, why is maps not going?
This particular one. It could be an internet thing.
Let's look at some of the data that we collected from Manakaparu. Okay. All right. So when you look at this data file, it's right here, the DOI. Oh. So the DOIs, once we assign the DOIs, we show it in multiple places, and one of them is in the...
Here, why don't you step over it?
Okay.
It was finicky earlier.
Oh, here you go. It should work. It's working. Okay. All right. Here it is. This is the data that we collected from Manakaparu, and here is the DOI. And you can say, I want to use this data, and I want to use one of these formats, right? So it actually shows, let me see if I can make it a little smaller. Here it is, and you can copy it, and you can paste it in your article that you are currently writing and use it, right? So that's just one place. But let me just quickly go through. Let's say like I'm going to add this to the cart, and the data has been added, and I'm going to look at it. This is my cart, and here also, where is it? Check out. Here also we provide the citation again using the DOI. That's the second place, okay? And let's just say like I ordered it, okay? So let me go back, where is it? Oh, here you go. Yeah, let me just order it. How much? Oh, it's okay.
Okay.
You're going to get the email anyways.
I'll get the email to download.
So I just ordered quite a bit of data, right? So I will go back. Let's say I ordered the data, and 6 months after I use this in my research, and I wanted to get the citation. So all you have to do is come back and then log in. And then once you log in, you will see the data that you ordered.
And here you go. You can generate the citation at any time. So you can go back 10 years before that you ordered, and you can actually bring that data. You can quickly get the citation. Not only that, we also put it in. Let me go here. Quickly go here. Okay, so in our web pages where we describe, okay, here is the instrumentation. This is a QZ RAD instrumentation. We put there also. Why do we do that so many places? We want to make sure whoever generated that data, we want to make sure the users of the data to cite, acknowledge, and give enough proper credit. So that's why we are putting as many places as possible. Thank you, ma'am.
The final thing I wanted to show, if I'm back here, is there are other resources. There's a DMP tool. Forgive me, I don't remember what the DMP is. Data management planning tool. Thank you, Gary. And this is a resource that we have access to in the U.S. through universities, right?
Yeah, and it is part of the NSF project, the University of California Digital Library. Some of you probably are aware of that. It's a free tool.
Free tool. It will walk through some of the things that you need to collect and anticipate for your planning of data. And this is a list that we've come up with, some standard data management questions that we are asking now. So if this is of use to any of you who are planning a research project in the future, we welcome you to take it, adapt it as relevant. Pedro will probably put slides somewhere. So, okay. Well, thank you so much. Do we want questions? Or? Nope. We have a question over here already. Is that okay?
Hi. It's not actually a question. It's a request. Can you show us the output of this metadata as we fill out all that form? I mean, so you showed the form when we want to submit the metadata to ARM. How does it appear once it's processed and taken by you?
We can show one of the forms, the README file that we put in the IOP area, which would be the direct output of it, and then this is extracted information.
Field campaign, right? Okay.
Yeah, so you should be able to go down, order data. I probably already have one. Download.
So this is how, I mean, all the information that a PI provided, it actually shows up like this.
And it shows up like this in data discovery. It also shows up in a more simplified and verbose format in another area with the data. I think you might have to go down.
One more. There you go.
And the README, might make sure you just have to pull down on it. Okay.
Now I see the pain. So somebody did really good job.
She did a very good job.
Extremely good job. This is 5-star.
Related publications, like we were
Look at that.
about.
Yeah.
So many.
Yeah. So imagine if when we deliver the data, we also give this information along with it. Imagine. So you don't have to call Rachel. You can actually use this, right? Look at that.
Links to PDFs as well.
Look at the data quality right there. Oh my God. This is 5-star right there. Yeah. So, does that answer your question?
Was that helpful?
Yeah.
Any other questions or requests?
Just a clarification. Yes. You can only submit the real data after submitting the metadata?
We require minimum metadata for you to upload data, yes.
Okay, so to put it in other way, let's say you are going to collect the data in a month from now, but you know which instrument, you know the basic information, you can go to the tool and then start preparing. So you don't have to have everything ready to save it. So you just say like, I have KA band radar, it's going to be in Manaus. And you just like put those minimal information as you know, but then once you have the data, you can fill out the rest and then submit it, right? So you can start the process before you get to the data. But if you have the data, if you don't have time, I'm pausing here. So there are some minimal information that we ask. Those are the red stars, right? So as long as you put it, that is going to help somebody, but they are still going to call you. So whether you want to decide whether you want to be called or you can actually describe that, right? So that's the thing. I mean, this is real. Last week we got like so many calls because this tool we didn't have 20 years ago. There were data that we collected 20 years ago, right? So people still call us. Okay, well, can you tell me what it is? Oh, this person retired. I don't know. Let me go check somebody else who can read this data. Look, right? So it's really difficult. So, right.
To add to that, it is my dream that my dreams are a bit boring. They're about data. But it is my dream that we will be able to anticipate all of the data sets that will happen with a future campaign so that I am not reacting to submissions, but in fact anticipating them, getting things set up in advance, getting ahead of the submissions. So in those cases, we will pre-populate forms with known information. I think when you're setting up a research project, you know what sensors, what instruments will go there in general. You know who will be responsible for them. You have that basic information already. And so I think a lot of work can be done in the front to save you in the back end of rushing. Because never fail, if the deadline is December 31st, it will be, you will get 10 submissions December 31st.
I have a question.
Yes.
When the only form to access all this metadata is from the data discovery tool, or is it encapsulated on the NetCDF format when you download?
No, go ahead.
Okay. All right. So some of the metadata are inside the NetCDF as part of the global attribute, right? You can consider that as more operational metadata. So once you have it, like it has some basic information, but the metadata that you provided using that form is what the user used to discover the data, to read the data before even downloading the data, right? So think about like if you want to access to that global attribute, you have to download the data. What if do you have to download all the data and then figure out, oh, I don't need it, right? So you can use this before even downloading the data.
And equally, it's very powerful within the new data discovery. I think we're allowed to show this, right? Yeah, yeah. If it's a NetCDF file, which I think we have a filter on here. You can dump the header of the file.
Oh, yeah.
To get basic information.
Oh, you did? Oh, you need to scroll down. Oh, you got it.
Well, I may have dumped another one before, but there, it is in my downloads bar.
You just downloaded only the header to look at it.
Mm-hmm. So you can preview it and not order
Yeah.
30. Did you just order me 30 gigabytes of data? I think so.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. But like so many scientists wanted to have this for a long time. Just show me what you have inside the data, but don't send me the data. So this is actually readily helping you. If you scroll down all the way, this is the entire the template of the data. If you scroll up a little bit, the global attribute, you see that?
Okay.
So it actually shows you all the processing version, what convention we are using, and if you scroll down a little bit, please, and site ID, and location description. So these are like one, so this would help if, let's say, like I take the data, I downloaded the data, and 3 months after I'm giving it to my graduate assistant, right? So they can actually look at this information and then just use it with my guidance, right? Like as a scientist, I give it to my postdoc or something. So the global attributes would help. These were, we also put DOIs in there, aren't we? Normally? Somewhere?
Yes. I would be hard pressed to find
Okay,
it right now.
yeah. Probably we started doing that after the Go Amazon campaign. So every file inside, we put the DOI, again, to make sure to give the citation credits. Other questions?
Some archives, I saw that we have like both options to download the netserif file or the ASCII file. If we download the ASCII file, we have access to all these global attributes as metadata, or we only receive the raw data?
Absolutely. So she's actually going to show you, she's going to add it to the cart and go ahead and view the cart, and then scroll down, please, and then check out. There, if you scroll down, right there, you can actually choose to receive the data in ASCII format. It's only work for one-dimensional data. If you have multiple dimensional data, so ASCII, you cannot really do anything, right? But for the one-dimensional data, when we ship the ASCII file, we also ship an ancillary file. It's a header text, so you can actually see that. You asked good questions. Thank you.
Yes. And one thing to note here, you can also choose to remove flagged data. If it has known data quality issues, you just remove it from your data set right here if you want.
Another question.
Yeah.
Like you, when we choose the data for download, we can only choose like higher level data, or we can choose like low level data, almost raw. Only
Yeah.
only high level data are provided.
Here's your data level.
Okay, but only C level, not A level or B.
Right.
This is a value-added product. That's
why.
This is a distinct data stream, but you are right. There are other data that it's dependent on, but those would have to be accessed from a different area.
Right, right. Yeah.
Okay.
He's just going to keep it.
But who actually made the decision to only handle C-level data in this case? It is ARM or the researcher?
So yeah, it is actually the user. So if you go back, please, yeah, and yeah, just kill yes and close it, and scroll up, and then go to the data, and then search for, like, let's search for heat flux. Okay, latent heat flux, yeah. Okay, so that's the measurement you want, let's say, okay? So if you scroll down and if you look at, okay, these are all the primary measurements, you can actually, by default, we give higher priority for higher level data products, value added products. But you can actually see you can actually minimize couple of, yeah, just if you command minus for a couple of times, make it bigger, make it smaller, yeah. Yeah, here you go.
I also have recommended data on, so I think I need to turn that
Right,
off
yeah.
for
So
you.
the recommended data is our recommender system, because latent heat, we have like so many measurements, right? But with the scientists, they provided, Maggie is working with all the scientists on a daily basis, okay, would you recommend this data, data stream for this specific latent heat flux? What's the best data product? So we are making a huge effort on that so that the user doesn't have to go through all these available things, right? But if you know exact raw data, you can start typing. Maggie, you can start typing. If you scroll up, please. And let's say like you know exactly you are a PI or you are a team member and you want the low-level data or something, you can just say ACX, yeah, see, A0, so you would know. So you can directly go to that. But that's for power users, not for everybody, right?
That makes total sense, because like only that specific user will need like low-level data, because it's more useful high-level data that's already being processed.
Right.
We also have, for simplicity's sake, in this data discovery, hidden the advanced filter of a data level. Oh, I had it open there. But that's another way to access the different data levels. If you know the variable that you want and you know the data level that you want, I think you're a power user and you can just go into those advanced filters.
Thank you.
So just to give you an example, this tool that we are currently developing, it is developed from the scratch, from input from 30 plus user communities. We did 75 phone calls. What do you need? Like how would you like the data to be visible? So we actually did a very extensive usability to gather the requirements before we started rebuilding it, right? So.
And you probably have a documentation, also metadata for the procedures of each data level. So what's the difference between the levels?
Right. So right there,
for each instrument.
Oh, if you want to, there is a question mark there. No, on the data levels.
On the data levels, sorry.
Yeah, if you click.
I think it's just the hover over here.
Okay.
Because for example.
Yeah, it's on arm.gov.
Yeah, so why don't you go there or use our current one? Oh, I know. Yeah, if you can go back, please. Yeah, and open one of those. Yeah, just open any. Yeah, and then view details, and then you see. Yeah, if you scroll up, sorry, on the left side, C1, right there. See, it's a different, for a different product, there is a different description, but in the website, you're right, like we are not linking it. We should be really, if you go to the arm.gov webpage, Maggie.
I think it might be in the guided search.
Oh.
Yeah. Ranjit's the data discovery expert here.
And look what I'm going to do.
Google.
Oh. No, lever, no, still. No, finally. Yeah, so if you scroll down, it actually shows you what a typical file name is, but if you scroll down, it actually shows you, yeah, 0, what is 00 means, 01 means all the way to different data level.
Okay, so you have more than 4 levels. You have a lot of levels.
Right, yeah, yeah. But I mean, A, B, C, 0, 0 your raw data, right? The logger data. But then A is converted to netcdf, nothing applied. Then B is actually each data point you apply quality check, right?
Okay.
With a minimum, maximum theoretical limit. And then C is your value added product. But like all those like 1, 2, 3s, it's actually subversions. You can, but like many of the time, we just see A0, B1, C1 kind of thing.
Okay.
In this new data discovery,
Yeah.
how to access the data quality reports for every data check in the discovery process?
Okay. You want to show one?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
The data, show the data quality report example.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if you want to go to.
That's a button.
One of these?
Oh, not the, no, it doesn't have one. It's all good data.
Yeah.
Okay, right there.
That's
Yeah.
a good one.
Yeah, pick one, the black one, please. Just click. If you click any of those different colors.
I don't think I can click a black. Oh, it's green.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, there is a data quality report.
Yeah.
And the description, data processing problem, an intermediate process failed. Okay, so there is a suggestion what you need to do and which days. So this is where the instrumenters will say, oh, there is a problem and data is not good because like there is a shade or something, right? There is a hill next to it. So this is where like they provide this. Why you shouldn't be using that particular data points, not the entire thing.
But all this information was provided by the metadata, and you compiled in this form. From where does this come from?
Either way, yes, the data quality reporting comes from really two different areas. So it comes from a review of the data. The instrument mentor does a review of the data themselves, but then we also have a data quality office that does a review of the data. And then, as I mentioned in my slides, sometimes a user will find an issue. This is less common. We strive to find the issues ourselves and make that reporting, but sometimes it will be flagged by a user that they found something, and then the data quality reporting office will follow up on it. Anything?
Right. Yeah, I'll probably add one more thing. So yes, Maggie said, right? This is the data that we collect on a daily basis. And we have an instrument expert or scientist and their team look at our tools on a daily basis. And if they find something, that's why they have so many reports. It's a continuous thing, right? But PIs who use that the online metadata editor, it's just if they are submitting one time, they're going to say, okay, these are all the different time period there is a problem. So it's a static report. But in this case, like every time we get the data, people analyze or look at it all the time. Yeah.
So just to add to what Giri said, in addition to the online metadata editor, there is also a tool called Data Quality Reporting Tool. That's an extensive tool just to report data quality. So that's where they really fill the information in. That is coming from there.
One more question.
One more, just to finish it all.
We can have more questions in the evening, yeah, with a beer.
In the previously shown data discovery tool,
Right.
we also have some options to see the static graphic generated
Oh, yeah.
plots.
Wow, you are really asking good questions. Yeah.
I'm very curious to see how you're working in this new beta tool and very...
Yeah. So, yeah, okay, that's...
I don't know if you can show me, but...
Okay, so if you want to bring
the mosaic one, just to show them in the new data discovery. So in addition to what Ranjit did, showed you guys, okay, these are all the plotting script that you can take it and use it. He actually used it before he sent it to everybody, right? So he actually used that to create plots for all the data that we recently collected. So if you want to search for, no, mosaic, sorry?
Mosaic?
Yeah. And then, yeah, use the AOS Met should be good. Oh. Okay. Okay. Look at that. Yeah, it is right there. It's right there. So yeah, you click it and it takes you to a monthly. So look at that. So you can, as a scientist, you can actually look 1 month at a time without even downloading the data. And we have 30 million of this.
This is the scientist's dream come true, you know.
Thank you, Rachel. Yeah, so if you click Maggie, one of those, and you can look at it, okay? So this is, like Ranjit did this using the script, okay? So yeah, so you are ready to use that script. It's available as of today. And we actually put it in our operational. As soon as we get everyday files, the data files, we create these plots. The plot sizes are so small, right? So we have like 30 million of those. And, but if we want to do online plotting right away for all those data files, it's going to take a lot of computing power. But this, you can actually look at it quickly. Every day, yeah. And you can look at like month at a time for a variable. Yeah, if you want to close that. Yeah, see all these different variables that we have. So you can actually, yep, now you are seeing rain duration, rain intensity, and you can actually go back to the previous month if you click previous month right there. So see how quick you can actually, within few minutes, you can actually look at it, yeah. Any other questions? All right, Pedro? Okay, yeah, no more for him. I need beer before you ask me. Okay, so what's the next plan?
Oops, sorry, listen. We have maybe we have something just to finish in the hands-on. Would you like to finish something, Ranjit? Yeah, and if someone is following the hands-on, we have time until 5. So we will be here, Rosa and Ricardo is here. We are going to take some, check if you have some doubt, if you have some problem with doing running the notebooks. So we are going to use this time. We have some coffee until 5. If you want to take some coffee, everything is ready. If you want to go outside, and this is more free. There's more informal, okay? But Ranjit would like to talk about hands-on.
Sure. So we'll do hands-on. Whoever is interested to bring your laptops up, maybe sit and start opening the notebooks, and we will run through some examples that I just showed. That way, the quick look example that you were talking about. So those kind of quick looks we can generate. And, that will be, if you feel that's useful for you, please, take a quick break and, come back and sit.
It's all came from like all the scientists. Oh, I need this. 72 calls, 72 hours of calls with scientists. Can you imagine? Oh, yeah.
If someone wants to take a coffee break there. We have 5 minutes for a coffee break and come back to continue with hands-on, okay?
Yeah. Right, like a regional.
Yes, we can use this to do in the line.
I would like to see if you have a preliminary research that would like to see.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. You're coming? Okay.
Just an observation. You put the latitude and longitude, but missing the data.
Data is missing, yes. We asked, but nobody is giving the... Oh, the instrument data?
No. Datum. Datum is a reference for geodetic.
Right.
In Brazil, we have when you say, give me your latitude and longitude. But here you have a different data.
Right.
Because normally the is a datum is a
UL.
Yes.
Right, data. Yeah.
But here you have WGS 84 and the new GRAS 2000 and the last Rio different
Right.
but just everywhere you don't know where. Oh, I see the data. You need to put together the data.
I think
Here is very important.
I think we can add it into the mechanism so people can. Probably we can add it because like we know exactly where we collected, so we can actually add the data. Into the form, yeah. Right, we can add a new field. Yeah.
It's important. For us, it's a very, normally you have different data.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah.
let's make this work. Right.
or? Yeah, we'll just wait. Is it good? Hey, Ranjit. So, Ranjit, you have more people. You may want to sit in the in there. There are quite a few chairs. You guys can share it. It'll be much easier to do that there. Okay.
They are doing some research using radar from Guam.
Right.
So this
gigabytes of data.
From ARM?
Yeah.
20
the
gig?
bandwidth limitation is slow.
It's a local thing.
We send on an average about 70 terabytes of data to everyone. It's not the limitation. Yeah. So, did you try the Globus Online?
Yes.
You did Globus Online? Are you sure? Not the FCP, Globus Online. Yeah, download in Globus Online. Globus Online.
I don't remember.
Yeah, use that. Try that and tell me, because it connects like grid FTP.
GFTP, not
Use that. I think that, I mean, like, I can tell you it's a bandwidth problem. So if you use Globus Online, it's instead of 1 FTP, it's like 2,000.
The P2P, P2P connection.
Yeah,
Like that.
yeah. So try the Globus Online. It's just a simple download. And yeah, 20 GB. We send so much data to Europe and others, right? It's not that big. But I think the latency. I think it keeps failing, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So
Just
grid
I
FTP,
use
Globus
only FTP is a problem.
Globus Online, it will restart. If it interrupts, it will restart. You don't have to do anything.
Okay.
Yeah, just try that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And if you have any questions, yeah, shoot me an email, and I will be happy to help
Okay.
you. Yeah. I would like to hear you if you use Globus Online, whether it works or not.